whole meeting for March 25th, 2025 to order. And with the start of the meeting, I'd like to present our land acknowledgement. The Municipality of Jasper respectfully acknowledges that the Municipality of Jasper is on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as the Jasper House Métis. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the Dinze, Asina Wachi Naya, Asina Wuchi Ninawak, Niha Awak, Anishinaabe, Secwepnik, Stony Nakota, Mountain Métis, and Métis. The Municipality of Jasper acknowledges the land to honor the relationship Indigenous people have had with this land, to remind us of our responsibility and obligations to this place and Indigenous peoples, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of the colonization that continue to affect Indigenous people. As I said, welcome to everyone online. Welcome to everyone in the gallery. Having called the meeting to order, I'll now ask for any additions to the agenda. Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Monique, if I can add 7.7 Evergreen update on the upcoming recognition for 2025-26.
Okay, thank you very much. That's 7.7. Other additions to the agenda, Councillor Demona?
Yeah, I was going for lucky number 7s, but I'm glad I went to Evergreens. I'd like to add an agenda item, possibly 7.8 as new business, revisiting the 2025 approved budget. And just to give a little background, I just wanted to have an open conversation to see if there's any interest in kind of build consensus and see if there's any appetite to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demona. Other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, if I could get a motion from a councillor to approve the adjusted agenda with the additions of 7.7 and Evergreen update and 7.8 revisiting 2025 approved budget. Councillor Hall, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Next on the agenda is our March 11th Committee of the Whole minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes? And some councillors. We will then move on to item number 5, delegations. And we have item 5.1, Chamber of Commerce as a delegation. And just would like to remind everyone who's in the gallery that this is an opportunity for individuals. Any member of the gallery or community can come forward to address council on any topic that's on the agenda. And is there anyone else who would like to make a presentation to council?
I've already said no.
Mr. Merilovich, I need to acknowledge that you would like to make a presentation.
No.
Thank you. You'll be item 5.2.
Okay.
And I believe in our conversation you wish to address item 7.4.
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there any other members in the gallery that would like to address council on any item on the agenda? Seeing none, I just would like to remind everyone who is online and in the room that this opportunity is available at every regular council meeting and committee of the whole. And we do appreciate if there is an opportunity to give us advance notice ahead of time if you plan to attend. And there is information as to who you should email. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Paul Butler to the table for the presentation from the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick and Council. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you again. I requested to be placed on the agenda because the item I wanted to address was not on the agenda, so by protocol, I should ask for an agenda position. But interestingly, now it is, because I'm really here to address what is now item 7.8 on the agenda. So I want to start by thanking Council for your efforts as we navigate these difficult times. I'm aware, and our members are aware, the decisions you face every week are daunting. They are often momentous. And I thank you for your continued engagement and the care and concern you show for the community. Economic contraction in our community over the next few years is inevitable due to multiple related factors. There will be reductions in visitor accommodation and services and attractions. That will lead to reduced visitation. That is our only source of income in this community. We will suffer from severely limited staff accommodations for businesses. There will be a loss of assessment base. And in fact, we don't talk a lot about, but are definitely seeing is reduced population. And that has an economic impact as well. Our estimates assess that contraction at 20% at a minimum, based on loss of visitor accommodation alone, and don't factor in at this point reductions due to decreased tourism product and services, increased expenses, decreased resident population. The economic impact of the fire has been severe and will continue to be severe. Businesses in Jasper are being forced to reforecast their budgets in recognition of those realities. The municipal organization should do the same. Scrutiny to both sides of the balance sheet is critical. On the expense side, we need to recognize expenses essential to run the operation. On the income side, we need to recognize the realities of the limited revenue potential of our community. In the discussions leading to adoption of this budget, we don't think that those discussions happened as fulsomely as we might have hoped. Let me clarify what I mean by that. We think available revenues in this town have declined 20% at least, with recovery expected to be years down the road. And when Council passed the 2025 budget on December 17th, you considered passing an interim budget, recognizing the uncertainties we face as we navigate recovery. Opinions coalesced against that direction, with several councillors making the point that you could revisit the budget for future consideration. So, considering the difficult circumstances at that time, we all remember what it felt like to brigade last fall and before the holiday season. The short timelines, the personal impacts of the fire, so on. That was a reasonable direction. There was not a lot of time for deep discussion about the budget. After all, we were still in the emergency phase then. But now, as we move into the recovery phase, we feel it's time to look, and honestly to take a hard look at what recovery is going to look like from an economic perspective. I'd like to suggest that the December 17th budget was in some respects an aspirational one, perhaps a hopeful one. But as has been said before in this room, by people before me, hope is not a strategy. 1 month ago, on February 25th, Chamber requested that you revisit the budget, and we're here to request that again. The budget passed on December 17th effectively included an 11.3% year-over-year increase, and I'll explain why I say that. Federal rent relief announced in December promised around $750,000 to provide financial relief to business owners, tenants, and residents, and that's a quote from Minister Boissonnault. And that amount was not allocated to Jasper taxpayers, as it might have been. where it would have represented a 6.6% savings to taxpayers. Rather, council used that rent relief to represent an effective 11.3% increase as much lower. We feel that's not responsible and it's not transparent. Absent the land rent relief, could we have expected that council would have passed a budget with an 11.3% increase? Would any councillor in the room have supported that at that time? Jasper's business is expected to derive that benefit as a reduction in their taxes, and they still do. Given the foreseeable minimum 20% contraction in the local economy and the disproportionate impact of that contraction on the business community, the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce recommends that council direct administration to bring forward a draft bylaw, reducing the 2025 budget by 10%. The first, most immediate and the easiest abatement should be to reinstate the 6.6 reduction provided by federal land rent relief. After that, our recommendation would only impose a budget reduction of 4.4%. We think savings on that scale are there to be made, and we think that's a reasonable and a responsible expectation. We also recommend that that bylaw be debated in a public hearing format, as these extraordinary circumstances merit a higher level of accountability and public conversation than usual in budget discussions. Our organization is well aware, our members are well aware of the budgetary challenges the municipal organization faces in these times. We understand the 90-10 rule. We know the province has promised some relief measures to address compression in the assessment value, in the assessment base. However, none of that negates the responsibility of council to demonstrate financial responsibility and restraint in these unprecedented circumstances. We're asking you to show the community that you understand these concerns and are prepared to show leadership in facing the hard decisions necessary in these times. We want to thank the community. We want to help the community recover. And this recommendation is made in that spirit. Our board and our members are committed to engaging and assisting council in any way you see fit to help effect a strong economic recovery in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Councillors, questions for Mr. Butler?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and thank you very much, Mr. Butler. I really appreciate that either you or someone else shows up from the chamber each week. I think it's great. My question is for administration around the federal land rent relief. Can you explain maybe where it's all gone or what happened there?
Mr. Gibbon?
Sure, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I would like an opportunity maybe just to call out some numbers, but would be happy to speak to that. I know in a previous discussion, I did respond, I think, a little bit to that off the cuff. But I could call up some numbers here and be able to share a little bit more if council have some time for me to do that.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. If I just might intervene on that very question, because I appreciate, as stated by Councillor Hall, that Mr. Butler shows up here regularly. And I know that last time he was here, he asked a similar question about where that land rent went. And subject to details that Mr. Gibbon will be able to provide, my recollection is that the answer at that time was that, in my mind, it is about thirds, but it wasn't designated as thirds, but about a third of that $750,000 went to support urban design and standards. About a third went to support 2024 tax relief, which is a direct benefit to all taxpayers in the community. And about a third went into the financial stabilization reserve that we maintain. So that will be available for future years to offset tax increases. And again, subject to details that Mr. Gibbon can provide. I wonder whether in the calculations that you have been able to put together, the fact that at least 2/3 of, well, roughly 2/3 of that land rent reduction has already gone into things that will save taxes, would make a difference in your calculations of how we might achieve a 10% overall tax reduction. Because not all of that $750,000 odd dollars is available, with probably somewhere close to 500,000 already having been put into tax reduction strategies, and the rest being put into supporting urban design and standards, which helps the community recover. So I appreciate the question. My general understanding of where that money went is those thirds. But to the extent that 2/3 of that now has been allocated to tax relief, how does that impact how we get to the 10% reduction that you're looking for?
Mr. Butler?
Thank you for the question. I will address each of those three areas. The Department of, sorry, I'm forgetting the name, Urban Development and Urban Design and Urban Design, that's Department of Urban Design. We understand was contemplated and part of the budget, or expected to be part of the budget before that really was announced. So we have a hard time understanding how it can be seen to, in particular, support that particular undertaking. That was already part of the budget, and the rent relief was not until after the announcement in October. It's there's one top line and there's one bottom line. So frankly, we don't find that argument that, oh, well, we use part of it there to really work for us. The second part is to really both of the other pieces. We feel that it is difficult to ask for the community to be expected to build reserves. This is the time when we would have hoped to see that what ought to have been tax relief flow through in this year. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. We're aware of the implications, as I said, of the 90-10 rule. We're aware of the need to address repayment of those pieces and undoubtedly others over time. But there is time ahead of us to deal with those circumstances. Right now is a very difficult time, and we feel that this is the year that the benefit of that land rent relief should have flowed directly through to the taxpayers.
Thank you for the clarity of that response.
Mr. Given?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I had a chance to call up the specific numbers and appreciate the chamber appreciates the specifics. So I can repeat them here, and we can certainly make sure this is a part of the public record so that it's a little bit easier for folks to see. So the 2024 land rent and cost of land rent and planning services from Parks Canada was 746,000 and change, 746,000. So based on that, the 2025 budget had an expectation that the land rent and planning services would have been 761,000. And that was forgiven, as Mr. Butler said, October, that October announcement was in advance of when council actually approved the final budget. And so we did have a chance to figure out how we're going to address that. It was dealt with in the budget. So the amount of money in 2025 that we were expecting to pay was 761,000. As a result of the October announcement, administration recognized that we didn't have to pay that. And so we had some choices of what we could do with that money. 261,000 did go to fund off the cost of the urban design and standards area. That means that taxpayers are not paying for that cost of $261,000. There are services that are being delivered by municipal staff that are not being paid for by municipal taxpayers, to be clear. They're being paid off by the land rent reduction. And in February, and the balance, so I'll just stop there. And at that time, the balance was transferred into the financial stabilization reserve. So it was roughly $500,000. So 500,000, 261 makes up roughly that $761,000. In February, council approved using 220,000 from the financial stabilization reserve to fund off the 2024 tax relief. So council received a recommendation from administration. The province provided that financial support, but said the municipality had to be in for 10%, and our 10% was 220,000. We had the ability to draw that from the financial stabilization reserve, which had been funded by the tax forgiveness. So the remainder, so there are two portions of the 2025 land rent forgiveness that have been allocated. 261,000 urban design and planning, 220,000 to 2024 tax relief. So the unallocated amount, the amount that's, I guess, sitting in savings in the financial stabilization, literally in savings in the financial stabilization reserve, is 280,000. And so council could choose to allocate that to 2025 tax reductions if they wish, or to save it for some other purpose. But it is in a reserve that is available, for council's utilization and direction on how it should be applied. But the other two amounts do directly reduce the costs to taxpayers.
Thank you for the explanation. Mr. Butler, any questions for Mr. Given?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Other councillors, Councillor DeMota.
Didn't want to use the term rainy day fund, but we're in rainy days. So I think through you, Deputy Mayor Malik, to Mr. Given, just a recap right now, do we, I didn't have a chance to recall it, but do we have an approximate number of what that financial stabilization reserve looks like at this moment?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I'm just going to the municipality's website and under mayor and council and under financial information, calling up the approved municipal budget, which contained reserve forecasts. Took me a second to get there. And so the estimated opening balance of the financial stabilization reserve going into so ending 2024 and going into 2025 was $2.2 million.
Thank you very much for that. And so looking at our horizon over the next 5 years, let's say, it's going to take us a while to get out, and I don't have a crystal ball. Not sure any of us do, but at the same time, I think maybe having a look at the numbers there and projecting what we might need to use some of that to get out of the site. I'm apprehensive at this moment to contemplate using that all up in the next 3 to 5 years, but that fund is there, I think, to help us get through some difficult times. And one of the points that I think that I was going to make later, and I appreciate this came up, is there are a lot of things that are going to be challenged this summer. We're already taking up some parking space that we could add revenue for paid parking. And our visitation it's not, we don't really have a crystal ball on that either. We know that there are a lot of pre-bookings in some of the hotels and getting some good feedback in that direction. However, vehicle traffic, day travelers from outside of the community, we don't really know what type of impact, our emergency had from last summer. So I think, taking a little bit more of a pragmatic approach and reopening the budget and having a look at that, might be worthwhile at least. I'm gonna be transparent. I did have a discussion with Mr. Butler early on last week, and then that got me out on my feet talking to people in the community. And predominantly the ones that are gonna be directly affected in the commercial sector. So the feedback is, for at least from my point of view, and again, maybe a different circle of influence than other councillors. However, there is an appetite from the people in that aspect of the community that I believe Mr. Butler represents, to go back and look at maybe trying to find some savings for 2025 and maybe give the whole community a little bit of relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Keller-Murphy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. To you, to Mr. Gibbon, can you refresh my brain? The land relief that we received from government in October 2024, is that for the next 5 years, or is that was just one off? I can't remember.
Thanks very much for the question, Deputy Mayor Melnick, for Councillor Keller MP. So the announcement, I believe, was out to 2027. I can have a look and see, but it was for a number of years, so it wasn't a one-time. And I should also note that land rent relief will provide some significant benefits to the properties that are outside the municipal, the town site boundary, where, in place of lower municipal taxes, some of the attractions and properties pay significantly higher land rents to the federal government. And so the overall amount of land rent relief, which was a much larger number than the municipalities can receive, also represents a significant reduction in the costs of some of those properties and attractions that are outside the town site boundary. But it was for multiple years, and by memory, I believe it was out to 2027.
So if I understand this, Gary, then we'll have this 750,000 for 26 and 27, and therefore, even if we are supporting the Department of Urban Design, we still kind of have that 500,000 per year that we could use some of that to offset some of the budget. I do agree with Councillor Demota. And I know the businesses would like to see us reopen it, but I have to admit, I was amazed, and I'll admit, I had a conversation with Mr. Butler yesterday, but I attend this book club, and the other night I was quite surprised by some of the comments I received, and I haven't gone a long time, that we're overspending, that we need to look at our budget more. We should relook at our 2025 budget. I'm receiving that from residents also. So I think it's a good thing it's here on the agenda today, and I do support Councillor Demota that maybe we should take another dive into the budget for transparency for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Murphy. Any other, Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. And yes, I agree with Councillor Demota that we do not have a crystal ball, but according to an article on the 17th of March, Pursuit, our largest corporate partner, is anticipating a very busy summer. My question to Mr. Butler, considering that already 30% of our budget goes towards visitor-facing services, where would you like to see cuts?
First, I will pick up on a comment you made. I think the entire community has heard our largest corporate member, which suffered essentially no ill effects from the fire, is expecting a busy summer. But I will say that 20% number that we're talking about is a hard number in terms of expected decrease in visitation. And I would like to suggest that it's true, we don't know to what extent day visitation may make up for some of that, but day visitors do not support our economy in anything like the way that overnight visitors do. So when I'm talking about a 20% reduction, I'm talking about what we expect to be a hard reduction in visitation, because we have lost at least that proportion of our combination of roofed accommodation and campsites. So that is where I'm talking about, and that is what I'm talking about, and where some members of the business community are certainly going to see increases. We don't deny that, but we're trying to take the global view, and we do expect a considerable contraction. Oh my goodness, now I've forgotten the question you asked.
Okay, thank you. Just where would your organization like to see us cutting?
When we came on February 25th, we identified the three particular pieces. The first I've talked about today, that's the land rent relief. I think I've made it pretty clear that we find the argument that that money was used to support some departmental budgets to be not a very compelling argument, where the expectation would obviously have been to fund those departments or that department in any case. I've addressed the other piece. So frankly, we think that's the starting point. I had previously mentioned and will mention again that our municipality has among the highest, if not the highest, staff load of relative to population of any municipality in Alberta. And that concerns us greatly. We are concerned that our municipal organization is overlarge, and we are speaking in terms of pre-fire. We're certainly aware of the growth in the size of the municipal organization supported by DRP funding, but even that, of course, seems to be subject to charge back the rate of 10%. And the other area that we had previously mentioned and still feel is of great concern is, of course, this seems to keep arising, local transit. We think the annual impact on the tax envelope of local transit is something in the nature of $480,000. That's a really big benefit. Or sorry, that's a really big impact. We are not here to argue that there is no benefit to transit. Who would? We don't make that argument. But we, of course, we always should, and in these circumstances in particular, we should be willing to make efforts to weigh benefit relative to the cost of the community. And that is a really big community survived well enough without transit before the fire. The community is now smaller than it was. So I think there's every argument to consider that particular area of expense at this time. That answer is essentially the same as it was a month ago, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your answer. And if I could ask CAO, given a question around our transit expenses and what it costs?
Again, I'll have to call up some information. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Malek, so maybe just a moment or two so I could call up the approved operating budget for transit.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, I think I can, not purposely providing filler, but this conversation was taking up time that would probably be discussed at 7.8 later on. So, you know, it's helpful that we have people here to listen, and I'm appreciative of the discussion, and I don't think that we're asking the chamber to enter into debate, but there is some good discussion going on here. Back in 2018, the business that I was working for at the time was asking me to forecast for the next 3 years, 19, 20, 21. And when I was putting my budget together, you know, we were about to face our major campground closing, and, you know, living here in the community for X amount of years, I never really did the math. Our commercial business in the community, our commercial activity between May long weekend and Thanksgiving makes up about 70% of revenues for a lot of businesses, 70 to 75 from the beginning of May to the end of October. Some are a little bit more condensed in the warmer months, and then some are a little bit more spread out. So when I was looking at the numbers and what the closed campground would affect, it worked out to 10% of our visitation. So I was forecasting at that time, you know, we could potentially be down 10%, and not to mention that we had 2 banner years prior to that when the government gave free passes, park passes to all Canadians in 2017, and that had a rebound effect in 2018, where we saw quite a bit of reflux from that rebound as well. Like we had a really good year. So going into 19 and 20, it looked like, and from some of the reports that came back, that those numbers were quite accurate. So now that we've lost a third of our community, we've lost a lot of the campgrounds that won't be, completely up to what they can have for visitation and revenue opportunities in the community itself. When I was using the crystal ball, it's hard to say exactly what we're going to be facing this year, right? Because we just don't know, and until we go through it, and once we start going through it, we can make better decisions for the future as well. So I think it's worthwhile having this discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Gibbon, I see you giving me the nod about being able to respond.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Malik. Thanks, Councillor Demota. So the approved 2025 operating budget for transit includes total revenue expectation of 703,000 and a total expense of 881,000. So leaving a remainder of a deficit in municipal budget world. A deficit means what the taxpayer pays. So the amount paid by the taxpayer is 178,000. I'm rounding there to the nearest thousands. Important to note, and again, this has been is disclosed on the municipality's website in a lot of conversations about transit. The expenses in 2025 include payments on the new facility. And so there's a total of payments towards the cost of that capital asset included in those expenses. And that cost is about 168,000. So there's a net deficit, right? The taxpayer is supporting transit, accurate, to the tune of $178,000 in the approved operating budget. And of that 178,000, 168,000 is towards recognizes the cost of paying for the facility. It's been almost finished construction. And again, those numbers are consistent with what administration presented at budget and through any of the public consultation around capital of transit.
And if I might, before I recognize Mr. Butler, in the revenue portion, there's a transfer of funds from the reserve, transportation reserve, which I think for clarity, we should mention that number, and then I'll recognize Mr. Butler.
Yeah, certainly, Councillor Malik, there are 2 transfers from reserves in the revenue side, so recognizes revenue. There is a transfer from the parking reserve, sorry, there of $90,000 transfer from reserves. So that would be from the transit and public parking reserve, which has a defined purpose under council policy. So $90,000 coming in from that savings account, if you want to call it that. And there's a reallocation from paid parking of $156,000. So an expectation that some of the paid parking this year would go forward to support public transit.
Thanks for that clarity. And Mr. Butler, as you wanted to ask a question, I believe.
He's going to ask a question which was just answered by those 2 transfers. I believe we feel it is not valid budgetary practice to consider paid parking income to be reducing the cost to the community of transit. This community was asked to accept paid parking as a necessity and the very specific understanding and the narrative at the time was to reduce taxation. So you can't have money sitting in two places at once. So the cost to the taxpayer, while appears the number I talked about, $480,000 might be a little high. The $190,000 and the $156,000 is the cost to taxpayers. And I think the community should have a closer look at that. Very. So I just wanted to register that concern about the way that accounting is.
Thank you. I might, Councillor Hall.
Sure, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. And paid parking money was to bring in more revenue. I believe that paid parking money belongs to every single resident, including the dishwasher who's been here for one day. My opinion, it was to increase revenue.
If I may, before I recognize you, Councillor Demona, no, I'll go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I appreciate the debate that we're having here and, the discussion. I think it's great to get these numbers out and to contemplate things. I just wanted to reemphasize something that I said a few weeks ago, and Mr. Butler wasn't here. It's like, when we get members or agencies from the community presenting to us and asking us for things or pointing things out, I believe that when they're coming here, like, their concerns are valid. They're representing people in their community or themselves. And we may or may not agree or disagree with them, but at the same time, they're coming to us because they feel that whoever they're representing have valid points. And I believe that the discussions here today are valid amongst all of us. And I think it's worthwhile if there's that much discussion that it is worth reviewing. We could be sitting in a position where we made really good decisions, and at the time, I feel that we did. But Mr. Butler made the point of kind of conditions that we were in, and not only externally but internally as well. Not only council but members of the community and administration. So I'm not saying that everybody was stressed and wasn't thinking right. I think collectively we made some really good decisions at the time for the time. And now that we're going through things and we're starting to get some more revelations in the community and what forecasts might be here and there, it's still worthwhile, I think, in my point. I know, again, saving some time for later, because we're not really at 7.8, but this is kind of what I was imagining our discussions to look like. So I appreciate it. And again, I was just making that point that when people are coming here, we should consider the points as valid. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do have, I wish that I could ask Mr. Gibbon, just for, again, a bit of clarity, and the reference was made to looking forward in a crystal ball. We talked about the 90-10, and I think we need to understand what that means over the next 5 years to the municipality about what our responsibilities are going to be and why we need the reserves regarding the 90-10. And I know this is off the cuff, but just so that we have an appreciation of what that'll mean to the residents and businesses, residents and taxpayers over the next 5 years.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. And like that one's actually a little bit easier because I already have the approved budget. So again, as discussed during the 2025 budget discussions, administration at the time was recommending that we needed to show the expectation that the municipality would have some costs associated to the 10%. I'm just going to short it down to the 10%, the contribution requirement under the provincial rules. And so our choices available to us were to start collecting money for that now, which would lead to an increase to property taxes, to not recognize it at all and pretend it didn't exist, or to find some other way to recognize that it existed, but to maybe give ourselves some more time to figure out how we would fund that. And so the strategy that was applied, and I think discussed at the budget discussions was to recognize it as a future capital expense. So in the approved 2025 budget, you will see a capital item in 2027. It's actually on page 41 of the budget document that's on the website. Under administration in the capital budget, you'll see an item called DRP Municipal Contribution. Its funding source is listed as unfunded or debt. And it's $10 million in 2028. Sorry, 2028. So there's a recognition that there is a future liability and it's, you know, a bill to be paid. And so it's recognized in the budget. We're not currently collecting taxes to pay for that. You know, another treatment might be to say, okay, well, we forecast that it'll be 10 million, 7 million, whatever the number is. Let's start to build up the amount of money that we know we're going to need. That would have been increasing, you know, contributions to reserves now in order to pay that in the future. We're explicitly not doing that now. But we do need to recognize that there will be a bill to be paid at some point in the future. And so administration recommended and the approved the approved budget shows it as a $10 million capital expense in 2028. At that time, or in 27, whenever that would come due, the council of the day will have some choices to make about how to fund that off. And it could be borrowing. That would have to be a discussion with the province. We don't typically borrow for operational expenses. In fact, we're prohibited from doing so. But that is a strategy that could be employed. That would leave, you know, the cost of paying for the disaster response. So the taxpayers today wouldn't pay for it. The taxpayers in the future would pay for it. So that's a choice the council could make. The council of the day could choose to use reserves at that time to pay for some portion of it. And certainly the council of today and between now and 2028 can engage in advocacy with the provincial and federal governments to identify whether there might be other external funding sources that could help the municipality cover off this cost. So it's recognized in our budget. We're not currently collecting money from taxpayers to pay for it, but we do need to acknowledge that it's something the municipality will have to deal with at some point. But it is recognized in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Any other councillors? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Just before we conclude, I had three specific questions for Mr. Butler. If only I could remember what the first one was. I'll start with the other ones. Oh, I know what it was. Again, a request that I made the last time you were here. I appreciate that you choose your words very carefully. I make notes as best I can, but again, I would request that you provide us with your notes because I just need that level of clarity with respect to what you've presented and what you've asked. Subject to that, my questions are these. Need not be answered right now if you want to take time. You mentioned that now is the time to relook at recovery and the budget from an economic perspective, recognizing the inevitability of contraction in the economy. You said that we should focus on expenses for essentials only. At least I think that was your wording. And so I just want to clarify what might be seen as essential expenditures. And I suppose I could go in reverse order. You indicated at one point, this is not the time to be looking at reserves. So I take it reserves would fall under the not essential category. You mentioned staff cuts. So maybe staffing is not essential, but that sets up another issue. You mentioned specifically urban design standards. I'm not sure whether that is meant to imply that that is not essential to the community. And you mentioned transit. You will recognize that through the course of the recovery, that word essential has been triggered. What is essential to whom? And what obligation do we have? And we appreciate the challenge that business will have with staffing. And many of the staff that are in this town, and I'm talking general staff, not municipal staff, are vulnerable to all sorts of things, including increased rents right now. And not that we are putting any money in that, but we have to consider essential from many perspectives. So again, you made the point that we should focus on essential spending, essential expenses. If you could help us with that, I'd be appreciative. And then my final question is just clarity on the specific ask, which was to reduce the budget by 10%. But I want clarity that it's not necessarily the budget that you want reduced, it is the tax supported portion of the budget. So the budget is somewhere over 20 million in total, and there's about 11 million, if I can recall, that is tax supported, but it is a difference in magnitude of at least 2 times. So if we reduce the budget, we're talking about by 10%, we're talking about a couple of $1 million of reducing the tax supported portion of the budget. It's closer to $1 million. And I presume that it goes without question that it's the latter that you want, but I think your specific request was reduce the budget by 10%, but it's the hit on taxpayers that you're looking at.
Thank you for the 3 questions. I will provide my notes. We will do so. It's agreeable in form of a letter to council. Second thing is, I feel like I answered the question around expenses to the extent that we're able to at this point. When I was asked a similar question by Councillor Hall, but I think that what you were suggesting is that we could provide further details or perhaps even engage in further conversations about it, where you said you would be interested about that. So I will, what would we say, take that under advisement. And to your third point, yes, it's the second thing. It's the tax supported portion of the budget. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make that. Yeah, they're not the same.
I do appreciate that, and I thank you. And while you're here before us and in public, I thank you for the return of NETMA last week. It was good to get back together with that group. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your contributions to that. I'm going to take a moment to point out that the next NETMA, and we only just confirmed this yesterday, which will be held on the 24th, if that's the Wednesday, but it's that Wednesday. We have a very interesting speaker and leader coming to join us, who is a specialist in business recovery, disaster recovery. So we're having a really different sort of event. And I just thought it was an opportunity, since they raised it, to mention that it will be publicized in our newsletters. So, and sorry, 23rd, thank you very much. And I would just like to thank Councillor for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I would also just touch on the point raised by Councillor Demoda. I do appreciate the support, but let me say that I do feel that our concerns are being heard, and that no one is saying that the concerns are invalid. I am absolutely prepared to be questioned and to be expected to support our arguments, and tough questions are welcome. It's part of the way it goes. I do thank you, in fact, for the support in hearing what I had to say today. Thanks very much. There's nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and I'd just like to, on behalf of council, thank you for presenting. I think we did extend this conversation maybe a little longer than was anticipated, but will probably help us when we revisit this in item 7.8. And I appreciate all of the information, and thank you, Mayor Island, for asking for the notes being provided. And again, thank you for your continued presence of your council.
Thank you, and I apologize, I missed one point. I am uncomfortable with the way the conversation about the numbers and budgetary numbers relative to transit have been left, and I will ask Mr. Given to in whatever way is necessary, provide those numbers, walk me through that section of the budget, so we can understand it, because the number I raised was considerably higher than I'm hearing, and I'm uncomfortable with that. I want to acknowledge that, but we will make sure following this that we have clarity about something. We are not misrepresenting in that regard.
Thank you. That brings us to our second delegation, and I'd like to invite Mr. Mike Merilovich to present to council. And I believe, as I mentioned before, you're addressing item 7.4 on the agenda. Welcome.
Thanks. Oh. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ralph. Okay, so it's kind of a two-part thing I got going here. This is about 7.8, about the climbing apparatus behind my house. And the proposal to leave it there for 3 years. And the pop-up village. So I'm gonna do the climbing apparatus first. I mean, I used to have $1 million view of my backyard. And I do not have that anymore. I was very surprised that no one approached the neighborhood before they put it up, just to let us know. I thought they were building some sort of scaffolding to rebuild the town when they first started putting it together. Took me a while to figure out what they were actually doing. Then I thought, well, you know, it's for the good of the town. I mean, why not? For 4 months, I can live with that. Okay. Climbing is a very elite sport. Climbing is less than 1% of the population. So why we are making such an effort for that small percentage of the population is beyond me. Also, the fact that we have a climbing wall at the activity center. That's, you know, a regular climbing wall. So I'm sure it was a great expense for them to move it from the activity center to the gym. So I don't see the need for a summer climbing apparatus behind my house. But it's really caused me quite, like, I was fine because I knew it was leaving in April. And now I'm not so good anymore. Because it's definitely affecting my quality of life. It's affecting the value of my house. If I were to sell my house in the next 3 years, how much is that thing gonna cost me? 100 grand? 200 grand? The view's gone. There's no view there. And the best place, I think, to put that thing, whatever it is in the old skateboard park. It's a hardened surface. It's right beside the activity center. It's right beside the school. A perfect spot. It's not obstructing anybody's view from there. And it actually should have more use because of the school and because of the activity center. Because those are the type, like the gym guys are the guys who can go climb on that thing. You know, not necessarily the golf guys. But that's my opinion. Now I want to talk about the pop-up village. I'd like to know how much work was done on the Connaught proposal. Like, are there schematics? Are there square footages? Are there how many trailers are going on there? Is any of that information available anywhere in the Jasper websites? No idea, right? Or I guess you will answer my questions later. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. You know, wanted to know what kind of trailers they're gonna have. What kind of noise it's gonna create. Like if the air conditioning's on all summer, it's gonna be just a constant drone in my backyard. If it goes to the Patricia Street location. The Patricia Street location is one of the main feeders for a business community on that street. People park there and they shop. People park there, they buy groceries. They go to the activity center, they go to the information center. I mean, I'm not sure where they're supposed to put the parking if they take the parking away. Because it's always been about the parking. And now they're taking the parking away. And same on the main street. They're making a new development. And you guys went against your own bylaw as far as the parking goes. There has to be so many parking spots per unit. And you waived that. Like, so what are we talking about? What's the parking about? Like, are we supposed to park in outer space? Because it's not much parking. And I would feel personally that the Canot Street location would be a more neutral spot. So I don't know where this sudden change of heart came from. But I think it has something to do with the climbing wall. And it needs to come down and go somewhere else. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Merilovich. Councillors? Any questions, clarity for Mr. Merilovich?
So where would I get this information that I'm looking for? It's obviously not coming from you guys.
Well, we're in the process right now of seeing if there's other questions from councillors. Potentially our administration will be able to help with additional information that you've been asking for. Councillors, if there's no questions, Mr. Gibbon, is there an opportunity for some clarity on some of the items that were raised?
And Deputy Mayor Melnick, so appreciate Mr. Merilovich being here. He's addressing a topic that's on the agenda. So 7.4, administration has our team here to speak to that item. The report does contain some additional information, and Mr. Merilovich has asked for some that I think is not contained in the report, but we have the team that's here intending to speak to that at that item. I think the delegations made their point of view and position clear. And administration is happy to have the discussion. I'm not sure that council wants to, if we want to run that item of new business now, then we could do that. But I think the intention is to hear the position of delegations. This gives administration an opportunity to answer those questions that we can when we present the report. So administration is already intending to discuss this topic. We're happy to answer questions to the extent that we can. I'm not sure if council wants to I think, should we just move to doing that report now? Because then I would call up the staff that are responsible for that area and we could have the full discussion. Again, a bit of a difference though from the delegation portion where folks may ask some questions, may raise some issues that need to be addressed, and council can direct administration to speak to them. So happy to take council's direction on how they'd like to handle this.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor DeMolay?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to our presenter, Mr. Merilovich, thank you very much for coming forward today and having the courage. A lot of people are a little intimidated about coming to talk to council, so I appreciate you coming here. And again, valid concerns, and I think they're worthwhile discussing. We could have easily brought 7.8 up because that was a hot topic and addressing. I just want to respect the people that the other agenda items that come before us. I know that the people representing the municipal library are waiting as well, and these are orders of business, but I would be comfortable with talking about the pop-up business village when we get there. Just as we have 7.7 to get to and 7.8 as well after, so I'm more comfortable there. I think it's again worthwhile having a discussion over like we did with the previous presentation, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. So
thank you. Other councillors? Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I have a question for administration. In the time of the ice climbing wall downtown, have there been concerns brought to admin or has anybody else heard concerns around that space?
Deputy Mayor Melnick for Councillor Hall. So I'll say none have come to my attention, and that's not the same as there have been no concerns. I just want to make that clear. The administration doesn't suggest that there aren't any concerns. I think maybe like Mr. Merilovich, folks that had concerns might have said, well, it's a temporary basis, fine, I can do with anything temporary. And that's why there's a report on the council agenda today. And that's why administration is explicitly seeking council's direction on whether or not to continue the climbing the wall at that location on a year-round basis. So to be very, very clear, administration is aware that a semi-permanent thing, 3 years, is much different than a over the winter. So council previously provided an authorization and direction to allow the space to be used for that purpose over the winter. Winter's done, hopefully. And as we move on, the operator had indicated an interest to continue to operate at that location. Administratively, you said, well, we want to provide support to business, particularly businesses that are supporting visitors. And council didn't give us that kind of ongoing approval. So we need to go back to council, and that's the intention. A part of the intention of the discussion at 7.4. The other, and your question was about concerns. I think probably we didn't hear a lot because of the temporary nature. I think that this is the time to have that discussion about potential community impacts. And in the report under 7.4, there is a discussion about the need to engage the community to hear what those concerns might be.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. On that same consideration of community engagement, we heard from Mr. Merilovich that from his perspective, there wasn't that sort of engagement with respect to the initial decision to permit the ice climbing structure. Apart from the fact that it was clearly on our agenda at least a couple of times, it would have come by way of notice of motion and then an opportunity for decision. Can we speak to what public notice there may have been or neighborhood notice that there may have been with respect to the initial permitting of the temporary structure for ice climbing?
The Mayor Melnick for Mayor Ireland, very simply, there wasn't. This absolutely was last fall. The operator received a pretty significant grant from Travel Alberta with Marine Canyon being out of commission. There's a great concern that there wasn't that ability to offer that type of attraction over the course of the winter months. Government of Alberta through Travel Alberta provided an attractions grant of some type. Again, administration wasn't involved in that, to the operator to establish a winter climbing wall. And so I think in discussion with Tourism Jasper, the operator, administration, found a way to facilitate that and get a recommendation to council as quickly as we could so they would have a chance to meet the winter season. Again, I think everybody would generally recognize on a temporary basis in an emergency response sort of situation, maybe acceptable. There was not wide or any targeted consultation to the neighborhood or opportunity for input other than through the council process, which, as you say, there would have been, it wasn't targeted to the neighborhood. And again, the administration is recommending that that type of engagement to hear what concerns there may be and how they might be mitigated should take place. So, so the very direct, sorry, I know there's a very direct answer. It is, there was none. And administration is recommending that that should be a part of the process going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate the frankness of the response. And it draws attention to one of the challenges in an environment such as we're in now. The attempt to balance being nimble and responsive to economic needs of the community with respect, and at the same time, trying to be respectful of processes that engage the public. And it can be a challenge at times, particularly when you're endeavoring to be responsive to changing needs. But I appreciate the response, and I appreciate Mr. Merilovich for mentioning and for overall saying, yeah, for a short period of time.
It's for being me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. As I don't see any other hands, Councillor Demoto.
Oh, I just wanted to say I'm really jealous of Mr. Merilovich with tan. Something that I want to aspire to. I'm just-
It's an illegal tan.
That's okay. Well, I'm about to get one of those too very shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Merilovich and closing.
I was just curious that when they do get to 7.4 on the agenda, will I be able to ask rebuttal questions? Or are they gonna be able to provide me with with the information that I'm looking for? Or would I have to like send them an email or something, or? I have very specific questions.
Mr. Gibbon, for clarity on how the process will work.
Yeah, just in terms of process, so, I think council has heard the questions from the delegation, and some of the specific information requests. Council might wish to ask administration to speak to some of those. But at the close of the delegation section, that's when we move into new business, then it is an opportunity for council to direct and ask, for information from administration. So there isn't a public opportunity to engage in that part. That really is council in its decision-making sort of body, deciding what issues you want to question administration on. It wouldn't be a surprise to administration if you adopted some of the questions that were raised by the delegation. And we'll, have a little bit of time to prepare for some of those. And as I mentioned, looking ahead, administration recognizes there may be other questions or concerns that are out there. And that some engagement with the community is likely important. So that we would at least have an opportunity to understand what is top of mind for them. We've heard from one member of the public. There may be other questions, concerns, and need for information from other members of the public. And that's why administration is recognizing that some engagement needs to happen in that report. But again, council can adopt any of the questions that were raised by the delegation. Administration will, between now and 7.4, make sure we're ready as ready as possible to be able to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. So I think we have some clarity there.
Does that mean I have to send them an email?
It-
If I don't, I'm gonna stay and listen.
I would suggest staying and listening and hearing. I think what administration, and what in 7.4, I think we are gonna talk about public engagement. And you brought as a delegation, your concerns. And we've indicated in the request for decision that we need to engage more broadly as well with the community. And I think that would be fair for everybody in the community. As we discussed 7.4. Councillor Demota, I will allow you to address, and I'd like to thank Mr. Merilovich.
Thank you, Deputy Worship. Just saying that loosely, because I don't want things to get too tense here, but just through you to Mr. Merilovich, you said you had some specific questions. Are there some that you haven't asked already that you would like us to go over while we're having this discussion at 7.4?
I mean, one of the questions was how much work has been done towards the Canot, how much work has been done towards the Canot situation? Like how many hours, or what the schematic is, how many trailers are planned, how many businesses are involved, that kind of stuff, right? What type of trailers, air conditioning on 24 hours a day, making everybody crazy. I mean, is it like a 24 or 12-month a year trailer? It's a winterized trailer, a seasonal trailer. Because I don't know of any of these businesses, like, I'm assuming it's the raft company and the bike rental guy and maybe the fishing guy or something, but these are not winter businesses. So the need for a year-round location would be better over there. Because downtown, there's no parking. So in this wintertime, when the skiers come, they need a place to park. They need a place to go get their skis, go get their groceries, and there's really not any place. Oh, yeah, that's totally off topic. Park Canada should be made to park in the compound and get the heck out of my parking lot. They have a lease for 15 spots that's ironclad. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Merilovich. I believe we have no other delegations. And from here, I'd like to move on to. I see no other delegations. I go on to correspondence.
You have one.
Cheers.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Your discretion, but, so it is, we are in delegations and.
All right. Yeah.
Something on the agenda.
Is this regarding something on the agenda? It is. Please, we'll recognize this now, 5.3. And we would need you to come to the microphone. And for the benefit of those not here in the room, welcome, Lisa there, and you're speaking to item 1. Which item on the agenda are you speaking to?
I'm speaking to the climbing wall, the ice climbing wall.
All right, thank you.
So I'm from Rockaboo Mountain Adventure. And we built the climbing wall with a grant through Travel Alberta. I just wanted to respond to some of that, of Mike's comments, and I can appreciate them. And, you know, I can appreciate everyone's perspective on a climbing wall. The wall and pop-up villages will save many of the small business owners. So we're really talking about our livelihood, and it's quite an emotional topic. So, you know, we did lose Wayne Canyon. Our office was burned in the fire. We lost brick and mortar. I have 2 small children in town, and everyone has their perspective, and I can appreciate the loss of the view. And I can appreciate that that was, you know, at the time, a short-term fix. At that time, we didn't know that we were going to lose Wayne Canyon for more of an extensive time. It is slumping in on itself, and we don't know when it's going to be available to us. Wayne Canyon is our family's livelihood, and the climbing community actually employs 16 of our local Jasperites under our company, and it feeds my entire family and those families. So the climbing community is a significant part of tourism in Jasper. So the ice climbing wall was very well received by the local community members. We didn't receive any negative feedback upon building it. This is the first negative feedback I've actually heard about the ice climbing wall. And sure, there may be some out there, but I haven't heard it personally. I know I have been alerted to Mike's concerns through Tourism Jasper and through my business partner. And we have had discussions surrounding it. And again, I can appreciate the loss of the view. We are desperate. I think Mike's concerns are valid in a regular situation, but disproportionate after a catastrophic event. And so what the concerns are for small business owners is a loss of livelihood and the potential that we have to leave Jasper. So it's a significant decision that everyone has to make. We have received just the positive feedback and support from the media and parks has been incredible, and it truly is saving us. And so if the life and loss of a view can be something that those houses can deal with for the next little while, it would be extremely beneficial to many Jasperites whom we employ. Over the course of the summer and winter, that's 80 guides that we have on our staff that'll be work for them. It's significant for us and for Rockaboo. The pop-up village in that location with a lot of foot traffic. And from the statistics from bylaw, the Patricia Street parking lot comparative to the Connaught one, the Connaught parking lot makes substantially more income than the Patricia Street parking lot. And I believe Bill and administration does have those statistics. I did meet with Bill last week and he did mention getting feedback from the local residents many times. So Bill's been supportive of that. And we have gone and got letters from the people living in the apartments. And I did have on my list to go and speak with Mike as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions, any?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, now you to Sarah. So you're talking about William Canyon, are you indicating that William Canyon is going to be closed for the summer?
We haven't got any verification that it will be open. So we are looking at another rock climbing location. A lot of the locations we typically would use have been severely affected by the fire. So I'm open to ideas and other places to go. Our guides know all the locations and we've reviewed a lot of locations and, you know, if we could have, you know, a little more time, it will really save us to be able to have the wall up a little longer.
Yeah.
Other councillors? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I do not have questions for the delegation, but I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to come here again, as the previous delegation did as well, and speak to council. I just want to speak sort of generally to this opportunity, which we have encouraged, but has not yet been taken up much by the community. But this might be something that demonstrates the value of this level of engagement. And we appreciate, and we heard from the previous delegation about whether or not questions could be asked later when we get to this item on the agenda. That is not the way it works. Public is not engaged in council debate. But council is much better informed when we enter into debate, having heard from yourself and from the previous delegation and from the delegation before that on a different topic. So I thank you for engaging in this level of discussion. It really does assist council when it comes time to debate the issue that is on our agenda. Today it is still committee of the whole, so it may result in a motion to council and debate again next week. But we will be so much better informed in our approach because of what we've heard today. So again, just thank you as members of the public for engaging with us in a format that we have established for your benefit, but has been underutilized today. So I'm really hoping this discussion will spur other residents to recognize that council is available, will listen, will then debate, but we'll be able to do that on a much more informed basis. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Demota?
Yeah, and I appreciate what the mayor has just said, and through you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to Ms. Dara. Regardless of the nature of where it might be for any type of temporary permanent structure for the summertime, through the transition, would we be able to get an idea of what your plans might look like for summer climbing? Obviously the structure is going to need to be adjusted, and what would that look like to people in the community? Thank you.
Sure. So the structure would have climbing holds. It'd be for small children as little as 3, all the way up to whoever can climb. And it would probably take about 5 days to get it ready. Once the climbing holds are put onto the wooden sheets, then the wooden sheets get put up onto the wall.
And so, again, if I may, are we looking at a 4-sided structure, or is it just going to be on one side? I'm just trying to get an idea what that might look like to the community, and are there opportunities maybe to look at making it a little bit more visibly appealing if wherever, you know, it gets decided
Yeah,
on the
absolutely.
location?
Yeah, we're hoping to do just 2 sides so that we're not looking into people's homes. So we're very conscientious of that. So same, like 2 sides, same as we did with the ice wall. We were really conscientious of the homes that were around there. So yeah, it'll be two sides and then it's already an activated location, so Jasper has invested funds into the activation of all the lighting. Rockaboo paid for the ATCO electrical box that's already there, which was, $10,000 that the municipality wouldn't have to spend in the other pop-up village. We have, Tourism Jasper has 25,000 that Tyler has mentioned that he is for that space. That's another 25,000 that can go toward it. And yeah, we're going to make it as aesthetically beautiful as we possibly can as more funds come in. Travel Alberta and Prairies Can are also interested again in helping us with the summer product. So that would bring in probably close to another 100,000 into the community.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My question for you, Ms. Sarah, is what kind of, who used the climbing wall this winter? Did you see visitors, locals, school groups, seniors? Just curious what sort of demographics used the wall.
The demographic that used the wall was plenty of visitors. It did quite well for the time that it was up. We had school groups that were planning to put it as part of their curriculum. And those school groups would be interested in doing that as well for the rock wall, keeping it as part of gym class for our local schools, both of them, all of them. And also the community, we sold close to 100 memberships, and that was all locals, and we gave local discounts for those. Kids under 11 were able to go no charge. We tried to make it accessible to all kids in Jasper, and that was a promise we made to council when you initially were approving the wall, that it's amazing for the mental health of our community. I believe that when asked for support coming back to council, you will see this gallery full of local climbers that support this wall.
Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation. I'm gonna look to council. Thank you, Ms. Dara. We're, I believe now, can move on if there's no other delegations. I think we should take a 10-minute health break and reconvene at 10 minutes after 11. Everyone, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And we are at item number 6, correspondence, and looking to administration. Do we have any correspondence to do with? Seeing none. Then I'd like to move on to new business, and that is item 7.1, presentation by Councillor Latcher.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I was recognizing that there will be some councillors attending the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference. And my experience having attended that conference is that that CN has a large presence, usually in the lobby, and allocates some people who are decision makers in the organization to attend and to interact with municipal officials from around the country. My thoughts were that this will be an opportunity for us to meet with CN officials at the conference. And it struck me that it would be important to ensure that council be well versed on the current status of the decision to move its terminal from Jasper to Hinton, and the potential impact of that decision on the community of Jasper. I merely bring this up so that we can maximize the opportunity to have for discussion with the CN decision makers while we're at the conference, and ensure that we get the best value for our opportunity at that time. And so if there's no questions for me, I have prepared a motion in advance. But
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Watson? Councillor DeMola.
I guess I could have waited in that for a response, but I support that and I think it's great. And I think there are other initiatives and discussions of support and other topics that we can discuss there. But I think it's really important to take advantage of their presence at the conference. And we've had some very good conversations in the class. Like you said, I'm very much in favor of having the years and being able to speak to our partners.
So the motion that I prepared is that committee direct administration to prepare a report regarding the status and implications of CN's decision to move operations from Jasper and bring it to a future meeting prior to mid-May.
Administration, that's clear. Councillors, any discussion? Your worship?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melick, and thank you, Councillor Blacksher. I just want to be clear, the question to, or the direction to administration is clear enough that in the midst of all else, is there capacity within the organization to deliver a report back about six weeks time or thereabouts? And to what extent should we be asking administration to engage with local CN personnel about their views? It is a great opportunity to advocate, but I would like to know the specific advocacy that CN workers in the community would like us to advance, not just leave it to our own discretion. So I don't know whether that would be encompassed in the work that administration might be asked to do.
Mr. Gibbon?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melick, for the mayor. I guess administration response, sort of hearing the motion, would be to gather some facts to be able to bring back to council so that you have a holistic view of the issue. And so that council could decide what tack you might want to take with advocacy. So certainly, administration could potentially recommend, but I think our role under that timeline would be to gather some facts. Certainly, the announcement was early on last fall, and has been the subject of a lot of conversation. But that's not quite the same as having all the facts. Administration could gather that information. We likely would go to CN, the corporation, to try to get an understanding of what they're actually proposing, and be able to return that to council. So council can decide what further steps you might like to take or direct administration take. So that level of engagement, I think, is certainly possible within the timeline proposed by the motion. Broad public engagement and discussion with local CN employees probably wouldn't be possible within that time frame. So administration would, again, propose to go get some of the facts, return them to council. We could potentially look at what the implication of the facts that are shared with us are. But then it would be up to council to decide what your next steps would be and how or what you might like to advocate for.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melick. Obviously, Councillor Blacksher has had conversations many in the community, and she brought this forward. I'm wondering, if we should invite the union representatives or some of the representatives from CN to attend that committee and hold to get their input.
I was thinking the exact same thing, and I was just wondering what the opportunity might be to engage with, representative of the people that work here in the community and potentially of living here in the future and working here. So, if that means the union representative, then inviting the council, I don't know, maybe the discussion can be public. If it's not, I still think it's important for us to get a full story from both sides of management, not to engage in any type of union discussion, but I think it's important for us to hear both sides, especially if we're being asked to advocate. And I think that's important, right, to really understand what exactly we're supporting and for what reasons. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm going to ask, Councillor Waxer, if you could reread your motion for clarity.
Absolutely, and just to close on it was that I really just wanted to be certain that I have been stopped a number of times by current and former CN employees asking what our stance was on that, and I'm not certain that I have clarity on the exact, so I just felt that prior to being in a situation where we're having a conversation, it would be important to have some of the background. And so my motion was that committee direct administration to prepare a report regarding the status and implication of CN's decision to move operations from Jasper and bring it to a future meeting prior to mid-May.
Thank you for that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And have us moving now to item 7.2 on the agenda, the Jasper Municipal Library Letter of Understanding. And I'm welcoming Angie Tom and Lisa Daniel to present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I'm here with the Director of Library Services, Angie Shawn, to present the renewal of the letter of understanding between the municipality and the library board. The new letter of understanding that was attached to the RFD aligns with recent changes to the Libraries Act that was updated in May 2024. The key updates include revised legislative wording and clearer definitions of facility and personnel responsibilities. These changes between what the library is doing and what the MLJ is doing just helps kind of clear up and improve operational efficiency. The term of the agreement has also been changed from 3 years to 5 years to align with the term of the library board service plan. And those are really the only major changes from the last LOU between the MLJ and the library board. So if you have any questions for myself or Angie, we're happy to answer.
Thank you for that. Councillors, are there questions on this item?
Well, I don't have any questions on the item. I have full trust in administration. This has been vetted, and what we have before us has been thoughtful, and I'm willing to support on the motion going forward. I don't know if it's be to take it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. If there aren't any further questions from the council table, I would probably make the motion that committee recommend council approve the Jasper Municipal Library Letter of Understanding as presented.
Seeing any other questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That moves us on to item 7.3, the Senior Center in Jasper. And just moving to that item, Mr. Gibbon, will you be presenting this topic?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Back last fall, council discussed the senior society lease for the lounge at the activity center. At that time, council passed a motion to enter into a 4-year lease agreement with the senior center, and so that's been activated and that is in place. At the time, in October, council also directed administration to work with the Jasper Senior Society and other interested parties to develop a plan for senior center that will meet future demands. So it was a fairly broad motion. But there was that direction to start to think about the future of space for seniors in Jasper. I won't go through all the demographic information that's contained in the report. There are some notes about how Jasper's senior population is growing. And so there will be a need to provide additional space and think about that into the future. Obviously, there have been conversations in the community around where opportunities might present following the wildfire to quote, build back better. Or to reconsider things. One of those particular opportunities is that the government of Alberta has indicated their intention to rebuild Pine Grove Manor. That facility is explicitly independent living seniors facility. And it would seem to offer some opportunities to integrate seniors recreational space or community space for seniors in that build. Administration has raised this both with the Seniors Society and broadly at the community conversations for older adults for seniors. And I believe attached, there is a letter from the Senior Society expressing that they would like to see council advocate to the government of Alberta to include a senior center in the plans for the rebuild of the Pine Grove Manor. So I think that there's a bit of coalescence in the community around this idea of saying, okay, we're going to be rebuilding something. Now would be the time to think about what we want to have in that rebuild. Appreciating that the details of design are things that would happen following, but the first step would be for the government of Alberta to hear that this is an idea that the community would like to see explored, and then to see if we can get them to accept that idea and then really advance it. But first step is asking. And so the recommendation here is that committee recommend council authorize the mayor to write a letter requesting the government of Alberta include a seniors center space in the plans for the rebuild of Pine Grove Manor. Alternatively, council could choose to not take that action and presumably, consider other locations or options or extending the seniors at the current space and let this opportunity go by and let the province proceed at their own direction on Pine Grove Manor. Committee might also wish administration to come forward with additional information. But again, at this time, the Senior Society has identified that they would at least like to start that conversation. And so administration is making this recommendation to committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Looking to councillors, any questions for Mr. Gibbon? Councillor Watson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Deputy Mayor Melnick, I just wanted to express appreciation for the final paragraph in the request for decision that talks about the first step is securing the commitment from the province. But then once that's in place, it will be critical to involve the senior population and upcoming seniors in the design and development of what that type of room or space would look like. I keep thinking back to the saying, nothing about us without us, and I think that in that case it will be valuable to have that input, but I think this is an important first step.
Thank you. Councillor Keller-Hambly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. As your representative on the Evergreen board, the first step will be the province when they approve the budget. The Pine Grove has its own separate line item in there. And my understanding until the budget is approved, then the province will start to move forward. I will probably have more information coming up on this. I will be attending ASHA next week, so I will not be at council next week because I will be in Edmonton from Sunday to Wednesday at the Alberta Senior Housing Conference. where, there would be Minister Nixon and many members of his department that will also be attending that conference. And this Thursday, I do have a meeting with CEO Kristen Chambers, with members of the Senior Housing Association that also would like to work with the government to involve the land around Pine Grove with, I believe, the United Church and the Anglican Church, to build senior housing there. So there's a number of projects that I think members of the community would like to work with the provincial government on. So I think, the letter from us to Minister Nixon is probably appropriate at this time, saying that we're interested. But at this time, no decisions on the rebuild, to my knowledge, have been explored or taking place, other than that the commitment to rebuild Pine Grove as soon as possible.
Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Although I certainly do support the recommendation for a dedicated senior center space in the rebuild of Pine Grove, I am concerned, particularly about the first paragraph under the discussion part of the RFP. And although that was probably true a year ago, I am not so comforted that our aging population will continue to expand. Because of the loss of so many homes in the wildfire, I know that there are lots of seniors who think it's too great of a challenge to rebuild, and they won't be returned to the community. And it will be a loss that will be felt deeply throughout the community. So rather than simply advocate for a seniors center space in the Pine Grove building, I would be more inclined to advocate for more seniors housing to allow those residents who will not be able to rebuild an opportunity to get back into the community. The priority matrix that we have for interim housing, essentially, and I don't quarrel with it, we had to have a priority matrix, but they end up in category D for the most part. We have received letters from some expressing disappointment that they won't qualify for interim housing. This will not be interim, it won't be ready early. But if we have an opportunity now at ground floor to advocate to the government of Alberta to include more opportunities for seniors housing in the community, and including a senior center space within that, then I think that's what we should do, because otherwise I think the community will suffer a loss of so many seniors that have contributed in so many ways, not just to the building of our community, but to its ongoing volunteer base. And so this is an opportunity, I think, to look at a bigger picture and not focus just on the senior center space, but on space for seniors.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor DeMota.
Yeah, and you know what, I really like where the mayor is going on that one. Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to say that quite a few months ago, prior to Christmas, people from the seniors community, particularly members that use the space at the activity center, came forward with some schematics that they were working on with another member in the community, and that included a multi-denominational worship space, and increased housing in that area. And I think, people are thinking outside and trying to come up with some solutions collectively. They understand that the spot that they're in right now is that it can be a little bit awkward for operations and stuff, and they understand that it's not that people don't want them there, but there is an opportunity now to look at a new space, something that might be newer, brighter, and a little bit more central for everyone. So I think it's definitely worth pursuing and having discussion for, because I think a lot of it is driven from the members of the seniors community that use the facility that is currently in place. So I'm absolutely in favor of exploring it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Is there a councillor? Well, first of all, are there any other comments from councillors? And if not, is there a councillor willing to put forward a recommendation to council? Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I would make a motion that committee recommend council authorize the mayor to write a letter requesting that the government of Alberta include additional living units for seniors and including a senior center space in the plans for the rebuild of Pine Grove Manor.
Thank you for that, your worship. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Demota?
Well, I did hear some points brought forward about working with other groups in the community, the faith-based ones that lost their worship centers. Is that something that is it kind of understood there? Is that, would that be an additional conversation, or are we just advocating for these two things right now? Just a question.
And my understanding of the motion, the way it's worded, it did not include a faith-based center. Are you suggesting a friendly amendment or?
I'm not sure if we're there yet, because I haven't heard anything from any groups or any requests for advocacy that way. I think the concepts are great. Some of the schematics, I know that it probably won't be taken on by the province, the stuff that I've seen, because, you know, it was locally a local concept, but I really like the idea, and I think it brings a lot of groups together and brings more focus into maybe an otherwise underutilized area for many things.
Thank you for that. Councillor Killer-Empty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I like the motion. It leaves it open that if other groups want to work with the Alberta government, they also can, and that have private land around there. But our request is that the Alberta government, when they rebuild Pine Grove, would consider adding more units to the government lands and to consider a senior space within there for the community at large. So I think it's a very open letter, and I think that's the way we should go.
Your worship, any additional comments to close before I call a question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I concur with Councillor Killer-Empty. I think the first thing is to find out whether we can engage the Alberta government in advancing the inclusion of additional units and a senior center. And if we get that level of commitment, then we can engage with the community for additional attributes such as faith-based. But I don't think we start there with the government, because I don't think they will go there. But we can still go there once we get a level of commitment for more living units and a senior center.
Thank you for that. And with those comments, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So this brings us to item number 7.4, the pop-up business village, Patricia Street location. And looking to Mr. Gibbon, who is presenting on.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick, I might invite our Economic Recovery Specialist, Kayla Branch, and our Director of Urban Design and Standards to join us at the table. They've been directly involved in the plans for the public village, and so they'll have more of the direct information and maybe able to answer some more of the questions. I see that we're also joined by Lucas Sherwin, town planner. He's online, so if people didn't notice him pop up on the screen, as I didn't. You'll see that he's there as well. And so between Lucas and Kaylee, they've been on the pointy end of planning for business recovery and how that will happen on the municipality's land base. I'll just maybe look to Director Sanders. Is Lucas prepared to present the report? Okay, so I will actually turn it over to Lucas to present the report. Go ahead, Lucas.
All right, good morning, Council. I'm just going to take a second here to share my screen. I'm going to hope that everything goes relatively smoothly. Please let me know if you can hear me all right as well. I didn't have a chance to check my mic before this meeting started, but I just want to confirm that I'm coming through clear.
Very well.
Awesome, excellent. Good morning, Council. My name is Lucas Sherwin. I'm a town planner with the Urban Design and Standards Department. With me today are my colleagues Isla Tanaka, also online and with UDS, as well as Kaylee LeBranch, business liaison with the GRCC, and Beth Sanders, director of UDS, in the room with you today. We're here today to present a pair of recommendations related to the operation of the pop-up business village. The first recommendation is the committee recommend council approve changing the location of the pop-up business village from 607 Connaught Drive to the 406/412 Patricia Street parking lot. The second recommendation is related to the existing ice climbing wall on the Patricia Street site. The recommendation is the committee direct administration to return to a future meeting with recommendations for an appropriate fee structure to enable the year-round operation of the Rockaboo climbing facility for a 3-year term. I just want to take a moment to outline where this project has been in the past. The Business Pop-Up Village project was initiated in direct response to requests from businesses who had lost brick and mortar stores in Jasper in order to use municipal lands as interim business spaces while their buildings were being reconstructed. At the beginning of February, administration presented to council about the project with a plan to use a portion of the parking lot at Connaught Drive and Hazel Avenue. That recommendation was approved by council. Since early February, the project team has been implementing the Business Pop-Up Village based on that recommendation approved by council. We've worked with 6 businesses who are interested in installing a mix of modified sea cans, modified travel trailers, think like toy haulers with side windows that you can order out of. This included working with Parks Canada to identify site design requirements, liaising with businesses to confirm their site and servicing needs, as well as finalizing a site design. In March, the MOJ was also successful in receiving $1.8 million of funding to support businesses through what we've called the Commerce Continuity Initiative. Some of that funding will be used to implement this project. At around that time in March, the team was asked to reconsider the location of the Business Pop-Up Village. Our funding partners and Tourism DMO asked that we take a look at the location of the pop-up village given the funding that we'd received. The other factor that led us to reconsider the Patricia Street location was the early closure of the ice climbing wall. In the original planning for this project, we did not think that the Patricia Street location was a viable option because of some uncertainty about the impacts of the ice wall and being able to get structures into the site at the same time as when the ice itself was coming down and that project was trying to demobilize. Given the changes around the ice climbing wall and the approval of additional funding that sort of expanded the scope of the project team decided that it would be worthwhile to re-examine the Patricia Street location as a potential project site. In January, the recommendation to set up the pop-up village in Connaught Drive was based primarily on 2 factors. The first being that the initial business to reach out to us had suggested that location on Connaught Drive because it was physically close to their previous spaces that had been destroyed. The other being the concern that I've already mentioned about how it would work if there were conflicts between the melting ice and demobilizing the ice wall, as well as installation of the pop-up village that was happening at the same time in the same location. Other factors that supported the decision to go to the Connaught Drive location was that it had good visibility and accessibility for participating businesses. It already had some existing infrastructure in place like washrooms, picnic tables, and benches, which were aligned with the original much leaner budget for this project. The issue with the site has generally been its location. The first part of that being how close it is to the CN rail lands. The most tangible concern, of course, being the noise in the trains. And anybody who's spent any time on the brewpub patio knows how loud that can be while you're trying to hang around. Next, I'm going to talk about the Patricia Street site. This site is much more embedded into Jasper's fabric. It's the site of existing festivals and events like the Jasper and January Street Party, and has good access to the utilities needed to service this project. Its location further north into town means that during the rebuild especially, there will likely be less construction impacts to the site like dust, noise, and traffic. The existing parking lot is also a passive land use and is less utilized than other lots in town. Lastly, the site is also close to other common in-town destinations, whether it's the information centers, the new Indigenous Art Walk, or simply folks walking to and from their hotels into downtown. As part of re-examining the location, administration conducted a thorough business case for each of the two sites and had the following conclusions. The Patricia Street lot has the potential to be an overall nicer space to visit and linger, especially when you factor in the impacts of construction traffic, noise, dust on top of the existing CN rail line. While Patricia Street isn't as busy a road as Connaught, the site benefits from good visibility as visitors travel between the downtown and the hotels on the north side of town. In addition, we felt that putting an active use in this location fills what is an existing gap in the commercial main street and will better link businesses to the north of it to the more central business area further south. The site creates an opportunity for more walk-up customers for participating businesses and may contribute to more business for surrounding shops and stores compared to the Connaught Drive location. The Patricia Street lot is also close to common destinations that people are already visiting, and it's easy for information staff to direct folks to that location. Finally, the Patricia Street location is already used for temporary gathering spaces, and servicing investments in that location will support the long-term use of grant-funded infrastructure for events and future initiatives that wouldn't necessarily occur at the Connaught Drive location. In addition to the request to change the location of the pop-up village, we're also here today to provide a brief update on the MOJ's discussions with Rockaboo about keeping their climbing structure in place for the summer. For background, that climbing wall structure was approved administratively last fall with the understanding that the structure would come down at the start of the summer. In February, the MOJ received a request from Rockaboo to keep the climbing structure up for the summer, along with a variety of options for summer programming that they felt they could undertake. At this time, administration is open to the idea of keeping the structure in place for the summer, pending final operational plans from Rockaboo, summer site design changes, direct engagement with adjacent neighbors, potential integration with the pop-up village, and negotiating a reasonable and fair rate for Rockaboo to pay to use those lands. Administration is recommending that we would return to council once that future fee structure has been negotiated with Rockaboo. This is likely to occur before the end of April, as that is when their current approval lapses. In conclusion, administration is recommending that committee approve the following. That committee recommend council approve changing the location of the pop-up village, and the committee direct administration to return to a future meeting with recommendations for an appropriate fee structure to enable the year-round operation of the Rockaboo climbing facility for a 3-year term. Thank you for your time, council. My colleagues Isla Tanaka, Kaylee LeBranch, and I are available to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerwin. Are there any questions for Mr. Kerwin on the presentation thus far?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. If I have properly recorded the questions, they are these. How much work has been invested in the Connaught parking area to date? And I would ask additionally whether any of that is transferable to new location. Are there schematics available on the website or elsewhere with respect to what was planned for Connaught? What are the types of units that were proposed for the Connaught area? Would they be expected to include air conditioning units? You made some reference to utilities, I think, and if you could just expand on that, but generally just comparing investment in time and effort to date in the one site compared to the new proposed sites.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through the Deputy Mayor in response, I don't have an exact figure as far as the number of hours and stuff that have been allocated to the Connaught Drive parking area. I do know that my colleague Isla this has been sort of her primary project for the last number of months. So, you know, the equivalent of a several months worth of an FTE is sort of directly related to the project itself, in addition to my own time and the time from Kaylee LeBranch and other folks from the JRCC with regard to writing the grant application and that sort of thing. When it comes to transferable information, there's a number of things that we spent time working with the local businesses to understand what their needs were. So what the power needs are for each individual structure, how much space they would need, what is the design of whether it's a CCAN or a trailer that they're thinking about. All of that information is directly transferable to the new location. And even as we were assessing whether or not this was a viable decision for us to even recommend to council, we did take the time to draft sort of preliminary site plans that identified how we could lay out the existing participating businesses that we knew were interested in taking part in the pop-up village. We did some preliminary site planning to sort of identify whether that was feasible on the Patricia Street location. As far as schematics, I can draw them up. I'll maybe pass it along to one of my colleagues to answer potentially some other questions around the types of units that are being proposed. I know Isla has been in direct contact with the businesses involved and probably has the best idea. And I'll maybe get you to start answering that question while I draw up the draft site plans that we've done in the past.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor. So far, we have 7 potential containers. They are 3 CCANs, 1 movable trailer, 2 potential food trucks, and then the 7th one, the business owner has not yet decided whether that would be a CCAN or a trailer. So far, 2 of those 7 would be year-round use, and 3 of the CCANs would stay in the lot over the winter and not be moved. And then the trailers and the food trucks would be moved out of that space for the winter months.
No, thank you very much. That's very clear.
Councillor Keller-Murphy.
Can you just outline the criteria of who qualifies to go into the pop-up village?
Yeah, absolutely. So largely the provisions for additional commercial space in town are governed by Parks Canada. And so the strictures that we have around who can participate in the pop-up village is focused entirely on businesses that lost space or were directly impacted by the fire. So this includes businesses that lost brick and mortar locations. We are also, through some of the work that Isla is doing, working with some local artists who potentially lost display space or parts of their collection as a way to sort of activate the site. But the focus is based on the direction from Parks Canada almost entirely on businesses that were directly impacted by the fire and lost brick and mortar spaces.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota.
Thank you very much, and pardon me if this is asking for some repetition. I'm just wondering what the demand has been to the availability of space that may be available. And then the other, if there is extra room available, are there criteria in place for people that can apply to use any of that excess opportunity within those spaces? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yeah, through you, Councillor Demota, or through the Deputy Mayor, sorry for the stumbling here. There is, I would say, just a little bit of additional space that's available, especially in the Patricia Street lot. I can bring up now the site plan that we had for Connaught and compare it to the Patricia Street location, if you'd like. We're more than sort of confident that we can accommodate the businesses who are interested. And it does appear that there's a little bit of additional space. Just give me 1 second here while I share my screen. I don't think that worked. There we go.
While Lucas is getting that set up, I just want to reinforce that these are very schematic drawings for the purposes of determining how many businesses could be located. So for yourselves and anyone watching, please consider that these are capital S schematic, capital C conceptual. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thank you, Beth. Yeah, so this first site that I'm showing you, this is part of what was submitted to Parks Canada back at either the end of February or early in March, around giving them a clear sense of where we were thinking about having the pop-up village. The primary location would have been directly along this Connaught Drive frontage here, with some potential space for if we had additional demand for businesses. We would look to take on sort of this second row of parking and sort of close off this drive aisle for use with potential programming or allow access into and out of it. What we are looking to do is really to make sure that where the pop-up village is occurring, we don't have traffic sort of moving in and around that space. The Connaught Drive sketches you're going to see are much more conceptual. And you can see on the left-hand side of my screen here, we've got about a half dozen different concepts that we've been testing over the last about a week and a half or so. We still have not finalized sort of the final site design, but I will bring up just one, for example, here, where we're looking at having businesses sort of front along Patricia Street, where we're creating some space for folks to gather, potentially to set out wares that are for sale and put some picnic tables and that sort of thing. And that we would then sort of wrap the businesses around that open space. These designs, we're contemplating the potential to have Rockaboo stay there. We do also have designs that if Rockaboo's structure did come down, which is sort of what the existing plan is, that we would extend this further north and that we would adjust the site design accordingly. You can see a couple of the constraints that we're working with here in the Patricia Street lot. There is Parks Canada parking that we do want to maintain because we know that their staff are using that for access to the information center, that sort of thing. And we want to make sure we're maintaining access into and out of the parking lot for those vehicles in particular.
Councillor MP.
If we moved forward with the Patricia Street site, public washrooms, what is your plan for washrooms there? Are you going to bring in a trailer type washroom facility for the businesses are there? What's your plan on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is something that our team went back and forth on in discussing this alternative. Where we landed as a group is we do have some funding available to service the site with washrooms. This would be sort of negotiated amongst some of the different projects that do require funding. So there's also a demand for washrooms out in the industrial village as part of the industrial pop-up. I will note that there's a public washroom approximately 100 meters directly to the east through the Indigenous Art Walk. So we felt that if nothing else, that was available for visitors, for staff. It's not uncommon to have to maybe walk a couple 100 meters or 100 meters to access the washroom. It's not the ideal situation, we recognize that, but that is sort of the closest available public washroom.
Go ahead.
For businesses, and if they have one staff on, then they have to shut their business down. I don't know if that's the best course of action there. If, you know what I mean, if we're looking at this for 3 years and we're looking at this location, I think we need to set it up for success. You know, we know we're going to have a shortage of workers this summer. So a lot of these businesses may be operating with one employee to shut your business down for 5 minutes while you access a washroom on site versus walking across the information center across the street by the train stations to the public washrooms, and with a lot of visitors also in the downtown core using that. I don't know if that's the best thing to do. That's just my opinion.
Other councillors, Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and through you to Mr. Sherman. One of the concerns we heard from the residents was the noise of air conditioning and other noises, perhaps generators. Could you speak to that, please?
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess as far as servicing for the site, we are actively working with ATCO Power to bring in power to the site. So we are not expecting to run large generators to have power on the site. Where we might see them would be around like some of the restaurants that are operating food trucks, that sort of thing. So that might be sort of intermittent throughout the day. One of the things that we can consider is sort of the location of those businesses relative to the residential component. This is something that I know my colleague Isla is sort of acutely aware of, having worked around event spaces and done sort of urban design work, thinking about where do we locate those sorts of noisier things sort of away from residents and that sort of thing. With regards to the air conditioning units, given the warm temperatures that we would expect to see in Jasper in the summer, I do expect to have air conditioning on many of those units. We can look and see what we can do around mitigating the noise for that. I was recently down here in Calgary, had a chance to look around some of their pop-up villages that they've done as an interim use, sort of in empty parking lots in their downtown. And they've done a good job of sort of screening off those AC units and sort of setting up structures that will hopefully block the noise, but also keep them looking tidy and that sort of thing as well. So.
Thank you, Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sherwin. Just wanted to ask what the parameters are. You mentioned food trucks, and just those aren't normally considered as part of a business licensing program, from what I understand in the community. And I'm just wondering what types of approaches and maybe accommodations we might be making to those, since you're the one that brought it up. So I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely correct as far as food trucks not normally being allowed within the town site. The business licensing bylaw does provide I think it's the CEO or CAO with the power to grant business licenses in cases that are sort of outside of the normal purview of the bylaw team. And like we said, the businesses that have approached us that would like to operate food trucks are ones that had brick and mortar locations that were directly damaged by the fire. So in particular, Anda's Indian restaurant was damaged by the fire. And we'd be looking to allow them to sort of operate over the summer.
So if I may follow up on that, I know that it is kind of a blanket rule for businesses within the community that existed. I know of one operation that I was having conversations with recently, and I don't want to specify any names, but had an operating business license outside of the community that was their brick and mortar space that no longer exist, but did provide service to the community with their food truck, as well as it was well utilized when we were first coming back from evacuation, and a lot of restaurants weren't open. I felt that the precedent was already set in that way, and from what I understand, they're having a little bit of difficulty kind of trying to justify their local reason for operating here. And I wanted to maybe encourage or maybe support maybe thinking outside the box, especially if it's in the CAO's discretion, to consider the ramifications of potentially local business people, and then the opportunity for them to service the community in the interim.
Certainly, Councillor Demota, and oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, if you'd like to send us the details, we can certainly be in touch with those folks. Yeah, I will say this is not, we're not operating generally under business as usual as far as the recovery goes. So yeah, we've generally tried to be available to have those conversations with folks as needed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate Mr. Sherwin's comment on we are not operating business as usual, and I've heard Councillor Melnick, Deputy Mayor Melnick say that a few times, that we will be Now, this is as usual for at least 5 years plus, and I really appreciate the creative thinking and solutions for local businesses. My question around food trucks is, and I know I asked this at a previous meeting, I don't think it had been considered. Is there a requirement for how long the food truck needs to be in this space, or can they come and go if they're mobile?
Just to confirm, we'd like to call there.
I don't think that's me. Yeah, to answer your question, through the deputy mayor, Councillor Councillor Hall. I think that would be something that we'd be looking at to decide operationally with the operators of the food trucks. Certainly, we wouldn't want to have trucks coming in and out of the site, during busy hours and that sort of thing. So if folks had an opportunity to go out to an event or something like that, they've been contracted to go out to one of the parking lots or one of the campgrounds, I think we'd be open to the idea that they could move around. Generally, my understanding is that we wouldn't really be supporting them to be moving around the town site itself. We'd be looking to sort of keep them in the pop-up village or out in the park somewhere where they've got permission from Parks Canada to do that. Open to discussing sort of the length of stay and that sort of thing.
Sorry, Councillor DeMona, I'm going to take an opportunity to ask a question, and I just would like to have a little clarity about the public engagement and the engagement in looking at the site on Patricia Street, as well as other engagement regarding the Connaught site. Can you describe, for the benefit of council, what was undertaken?
Yeah, I'll start and echo CEO Given's comments around the initial selection of the location was that there generally wasn't. Back in the fall, this was a much smaller project, and for the Rockaboo site, it was really seen as an interim piece that we were looking to help businesses that had been impacted directly by the fire. I'm going to pass the response about sort of what our plans are for engagement on this location over to my colleague Kaylee LeBranch, who's the business liaison with the team here.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Keely. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lucas, and thank you for your question. So we are looking at doing an engagement process around the Patricia Street location, recognizing it is closer to some residential properties. So the plan in place and what we're hoping is if this gets recommended to move forward is that we can go to those surrounding residents who back onto the spot and do a direct engagement piece to understand the risk mitigation pieces around this. We have not in our analysis, we have not seen any signs that this would be particularly disruptive. And sorry, let me say I'm speaking specifically to the pop-up village piece versus the Rockaboo structure, because we think that although those two have synergies, they are kind of separate considerations in this piece, and we're happy to involve that process in as well. But for the pop-up village, we haven't foreseen any particular noise increases outside of the regular activity that already happens in that area and the business activity that happens there. But we would want to work with the surrounding businesses as well as the surrounding residents to understand any risk mitigation strategies we should be including in the project.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Tomoda, sorry, please go ahead.
No, don't apologize. I mean, you're the chair, so that's it. And I think very valid, good questions. I think my head's spinning with so many things that I'm contemplating and want to ask. Even my microphone thinks I speak too much. But one of the things I wanted to maybe contemplate is like, is there an opportunity to divide the locations depending on demand? The other thing too is we have a local resident and we're talking about mitigating some of the stresses. I don't know if people are factoring the motorcycle tours office has been compromised, so they're going to be looking for a spot, and I'm not sure if they've applied. I didn't want to specify any particular business, but we had a concern about noise, and maybe some businesses aren't suited, and this is without having any consultation with that business whatsoever. I'm just talking about an overall understanding of what can be considered in a certain area. So we're talking about audible distractions, and then there's the visual one that was presented earlier. And if the spot gets chosen for however long of a period, I'm thinking, you know, can we work with other agencies like Travel Alberta, the province, or Parks Canada, and helping enhance the beauty or the look of a structure like a scaffolding for climbing on, you know, the two sides that may not be used. You know, the first thing that popped in my mind is that we have an Uplift Festival opportunity. I don't know if they're coming back for 2025. I can't remember. I know that those pieces are meant to be legacy pieces and long lasting, but you know, considering where we're in it, if we can get an artist or two, I'm just thinking outside the box. And again, I don't want to be speaking on behalf of any of the business, but I'm just providing that as a seed for thought for thinking on the box. I used that one earlier instead of outside the box. So lots of things to consider in that. So sound, visual, and then just the amount of traffic, right? And then how suitable is it for everybody's business? Because we know the entrance and the exit to that parking lot is a little different than the one on Connaught. So lots of things to consider, and I'm sure administration's thought about all those things. And if you want to speak to any of that, I know I threw a lot out there, but that's what I meant about the tornado that's going on in my head.
So, Mr. Branch, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Melnick, and thank you for the question, Councillor Demoto. So those are great questions. That is something we considered. We looked at doing a split location model for the businesses that, as you correctly identified, they have a good need for a larger parking lot space maybe, and there's noise considerations and pieces like that. So I can't speak to the noise as much from those businesses because we haven't analyzed yet, and that would be going out in the consultation piece. But in terms of looking at a split model, we did look at it, and we haven't contacted all, but we've contacted a few of the businesses, and we asked them if this was something we were doing, but we were investigating, or sorry, we were putting more effort into the site activation in the Patricia Street. That's where we were putting the beautification pieces, which I'll speak to next, which you also asked to, which is a great point. Anyway, so the point being is we offered this to them and they said that they think it would be actually better for them to be in the Patricia Street location if the whole piece is there. For the many benefits that Lucas had spoke to about just the foot traffic. Some other pieces to be added in is the grants allowing us to put in some marketing pieces for this to help market this as a Jasper's Open project. So that adds extra benefits for the businesses who are involved in the pop-up village there too. I hope that speaks to that. And then if I can speak to the beautification piece, really appreciate this question. That is something that we've also built into the grant. So there is funding for that. And once we have a set location, we can look at the best use of the money. And Tourism Jasper has indicated to us that this location and the ability to make this a kind of a year-round activity for that interim time fits in with some funding that they have to help also activate a site for a year-round project. So there's multiple opportunities, and we've already been in talks with the people involved with the mural projects to see where there's potential synergies there. And then actually, if with permission, if I could speak to the washroom point that came up earlier. I thought that was a great point. So I just wanted to add to what Lucas was saying was we have looked at it, and having that close by washroom works great for the visitors, but we absolutely recognize the piece that it can be hard to shut down your business and walk away. So we do have built into that budget the ability to bring in washroom support. What Lucas was saying with being determined the split. We have a set budget for washroom pieces and how that can be allocated throughout the different projects involved this, but there is enough to put non-permanent structures in both locations if that's determined important to the businesses involved.
Thank you for that detailed answer. Councillor Keller-Anthony.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and thank you for that on the washrooms. I just want to follow up on Deputy Mayor Melnick's on the working with businesses and the residents. So you will go individually to them, bring them a questionnaire, have them fill out, sign it if they're in support or on support. So and then you bring that back to council.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, this is what's being planned at this time, is to go and speak directly to them, as well as have an online portal where if there's additional input that other people want to add. We're just in the planning stages at the moment. So working with someone who's quite familiar with like the Engage Jasper platform. But part of the reason we're hoping for the approval is just acknowledging that kind of the time constraint of getting businesses operating by the May long weekend when, you know, when that's a big revenue capture time for them. So we're looking at, can we bring this project in, but we can, and start planning for it at this location, get working on any development permits that are needed. But then the risk mitigation, is there ways we can build that in while we do that process? And we think it's very possible, hence why we're kind of doing that consultant piece alongside the planning of this.
So if I understand it, then you're just going to canvass the residents within the area and the businesses in the surrounding area.
That's right. And at this moment, we haven't made a direct plan to go to the surrounding businesses, but I think that's probably something we should build in. At the moment, the plan was to go to the residents and then have that online portal and invite the surrounding businesses. But if that's a direction that's wanted to take in, we can build that into our plan.
I think it's probably 6 or 7 businesses in the area, and I'll be honest, you know, I mean, like if we gave permission, went ahead with that site, we're affecting business parking that those businesses are normally used to. We're affecting that area. If we're allowing food trucks, there's restaurants in that area. So I think it's important that we get buy-in and input from both the residents and the business of the area.
Absolutely. I agree.
Your worship, and then I'll recognize Councillor Hall. So go ahead, your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I just throw my question out there and you choose who might respond. I start with a reference to the letter of forbearance that we received from Parks Canada. And it is specific that agreements for commercial use of parking space will be only made available to businesses that lost lease or sublease space as a result of the 2024 wildfire complex. So it's not an opportunity for an existing business that wasn't burnt out to expand. And I think that's important because those businesses that have lost their brick and mortar are challenged, and what they don't need is further competition. So anyway, those are the parameters that we have. My question is, do we know precisely the number of businesses that lost lease or sublease space that would be eligible to apply? Have we measured that against, I'll just answer, you can answer all at once. So there's a finite number of businesses that could be eligible, but there is a finite number or finite amount of space. And if we are oversubscribed, and I appreciate now there are only 7 businesses, but everybody is at a different stage of recovery, and many people don't yet know where they're going to live, let alone how they're going to reopen a business. So things will change. Do we have a plan if we are oversubscribed? Is today's auction, Patricia Street, more expensive than Connaught? Would it allow more businesses to reopen, or like, is one larger than the other? I'm not sure that that's clear to me. And then finally, Parks Canada has indicated that we could have the forbearance for up to 5 years. What is the thought process about how long an applicant would get a spot? Because again, as other businesses reach a point where they might be able to reopen in a temporary spot such as this, if all the spots are gone, are they gone for good for 5 years for those who come first and get served first? Is there a plan to roll in and out? Curious about all of those. And I will ask one final question. This maybe goes back to the opening comments. There was an indication that when Connaught Street was first contemplated, it was based on a leaner budget. And now there is funding. And so now the Patricia Street option perhaps is more attractive. I take it then that it is more expensive. If we have more funding, we can move. So are there additional expenses required for Patricia Street that would not have been required at Connaught? And is that part of the washroom response that you gave as well? So again, picking up apparently from Councillor Demoda, I asked a whole bunch of questions at once, but that's where I'm at in my current round of thinking.
And Ms. Sanders, please feel free to respond to each and every one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'm gonna do a little bit of traffic control here because there's different members of the team that will have the capacity and the information to respond to those precise questions. What I'll start with was, the whole thing began with a survey of all businesses that lost their premises to check in and see if they were interested. And that's how it began. I recognize the point, however, that people are in different stages of recovery. So the operating principle for us moving forward must be that there can be some flexibility. So it could be the case that a business arrives and tries it for a season and doesn't choose to do it again, or they have other arrangements. It could be that a business arrives and gets going and really enjoys staying there, and that's something that they would like to do until the physical premises are rebuilt. Could also be the case that somebody new arrives in a year. Once they see, how does this thing work? Is this something I want to be a part of? So our operating principle needs to be flexible and accommodate the businesses as they identify themselves as needing a place to be. So I just want to set the stage with that. I'm gonna shift to Ms. LeBranch here next to me for responses to questions. And then I also expect that Lucas Sherwin and Isla Tanaka might have some additional things to help, but I'm gonna pass the traffic control over to Ms. LeBranch.
Thank you for that. So I will speak to the piece about oversubscribing. So the fortunate piece about having this pop-up village tied together with also the industrial pop-up park project and having kind of the project management happening together is we've identified ways that if there is this kind of oversubscription, that we can accommodate additional businesses and the spaces in the industrial area. And what that means is not necessarily putting them in the industrial area, but maybe there's a business who needs more stalls this year, and some of those pieces might be more storage related. And in future years, if we do get increases, we can then put those storage needs in the industrial area, and they can have their kind of their pop-up kiosk more piece just in the village itself. And I will pass it over to Lucas to speak to the flexibility of the model. And then maybe Lucas, once you have spoken, or if Isla speaks on that, if you want to pass it back, and I can address the question about the grant funding and the costs of the site.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, the question from the mayor about governance overall is a really good one. I think at this stage, we have been sort of operating that we were thinking that we would do it sort of on an annual basis, is that we would do like an expression of interest and say, hey, who is interested in this thing? That's what we did back in December and January. We've received sort of those 6 or 7 businesses that are interested in participating. My expectation is that we will be doing that again as we get into the fall time to say, hey, we're wrapping up for the year. Come December, you'll see sort of news that we're interested in entertaining folks who want to be there seasonally. We do also have a number of businesses that have indicated they would like to be there year round. So we'll be working with them to sort of accommodate that. I think as we get into the business season, I think as Director Sanders mentioned earlier, like flexibility will be key for us, and I think providing some predictability. So I would look for us to come up with sort of a standard operating procedure about how we'd like to accommodate that in a year-over-year basis. But it's not something that we've done at this time, just given that we're trying to land this on the ground for the first time this spring. And then, and Kaylee, if you would like to answer the question around grant funding and costs.
Would you like to ask your question before I move on to the funding piece?
I was just going to ask again, do we know the upside number of potential requests? I've heard 43, but I could be wrong, but whatever that number is of interest.
I apologize, I don't have that number with me available here, but we have been working on that, and we have it, and I'm happy to share that after the meeting. Speaking to the grant cost here, so yes, so some of the consideration for the change of the location came out of this opportunity we received from the grant. So the pieces of that are, for example, we now have the ability to bring in some long-term infrastructure for this project that can be used past the project's length, you know, whether it's a 3 or 5 year. So prior to getting the grant, we let businesses know that we did not have budget for the servicing of the area, more speaking to the electricity piece. So it would be a cost recovery model of we bringing in this in, but it would be passed off to them. What we were really hoping with getting this grant is we could reduce some of those costs for businesses because we recognize they're already struggling financially as a result of the impacts of the fire. So with this, we actually got coverage to bring in the long-term infrastructure so we can pay for that and we don't have to offset that to businesses from the grant. And so with that, that's kind of the piece of, okay, well, we have this ability to not bring in generators. We have something that can be a long-term asset to us. And so which location does this suit better to the long-term uses? Just given the opportunity as one of the many pieces of the consideration for the change. The other piece of this is speak to the ability for the funding to provide some extra resources when it comes to the beautifications pieces we were speaking and the area revitalization opportunity this provides. We think it's very important where we can to support the general business community through this project alongside the businesses who are directly involved. This gives us the opportunity to provide a vibrant and activated pop-up space, which we think brings renewed energy and aesthetics to this area that's already kind of existed and identified as a business area, as opposed to the parking lot, which is a little bit separate and spread out. The other piece about this is that, as we mentioned, there's a lot of opportunity to capture natural foot traffic in this location and create a flow through town. So this is kind of the economic recovery lens we were looking at it is, if we have the location in the Connaught Drive, that's fantastic. People can still park there and go and see these businesses. But if we do it at this Patricia Street location where there is less ability to park, what we get the opportunity to do is have people still parking in the Connaught Drive, walk through the business community, past our other businesses, do their kind of their window shopping on the way to this piece. And so we see there's a benefit to, again, that whole business community because now they get more visibility with the direction and flow we get to create with this project.
Thank you, Pat.
So I did mention that I would recognize Councillor Hall next. And then Councillor Glenn.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Speaking to service, I only have one question, so it'll be easy for your team. Speaking to service in the area and food trucks, is there a potential for the food trucks to tie into that servicing, especially electric, so there won't be generator noise?
I'll take a second to answer that, Councillor Hall. I think that's absolutely an opportunity. It will really sort of depend on the technical specifications of the food truck that's being provided. But we are sort of directly in conversation with ATCO and we'll be working with a secondary electrical provider to tie in all of that to the broader system. And it will be an objective of ours to try and avoid generator use because it's just not as pleasant for anybody involved, right?
Yeah, this might be long, so bear with me. I'm gonna try and stay animated so I don't lose people. Thank you for recognizing me. Director Sanders made reference to businesses maybe fitting in and not fitting in and trying it out and maybe not working. This whole thing might not work there. And we might have to consider changing it down the road. And The reason I'm saying that is, I remember like going back to past councils, when we first had the thought of paid parking, there was so much opposition to that. I think it scared people off at the time. And, you know, had we gone into something a little earlier, we might have had a different model, but, you know, we did it. And some of the concepts at the time for consideration were like, we've never tried this before. So it's better to try and fail than not try at all, because then at least we'll have a base model on, you know, where we need to move forward. And a lot of that had to do with, you know, trying to get some help from the province and stuff, and we didn't explore all, you know, our revenue potential. So that was one of the things. Now going forward with this, you know, I'm more on the side to try it out than not try it out. We're getting some pretty good information from the people that are doing this on a daily basis. This isn't in my wheelhouse. And there are a lot of aspects being considered. We wouldn't have the change coming to us unless, you know, it was going to be advantageous for the community as a whole. So now that brings me into my thing, right? My 3 filters. Is this good for the community as a whole? What are the costs? And the costs have not only fiscal costs, but social costs as well. And then, is it the right thing to do? So at this point in time, I'm not sure if I can answer all of those in my head. And, you know, if we bring this recommendation to council for next week, we'll have some time to consider it. I know that I pointed out one business being the motorcycle tours, that they might not want to be away in satellite from everybody else too. And that's the part of the consultation aspect of it, because there is, you know, a sense of community there, especially if people are getting together to help each other out, be there for each other. And I didn't want to, you know, contemplate isolation by any means, because that could be hard on people in their businesses too, right? Especially when you're used to working amongst other people around you. So that was part of the social impact that I was referring to. So, you know, consider the 3 filters. You don't have to use the ones that I do, but right now that's kind of where I'm sitting. I'm neither here nor there. There's valid opportunities for both locations. And maybe using both, but right now, you know, I'm at the trial phase, and you know, maybe even for the next item for the proposed motion with the climbing facility there, maybe we just see how the first year does, if we contemplate or decide that that's going to be the spot for it for this year. Who knows? So just food for thought, thinking outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Keller MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melling. I just want to follow up quickly on Councillor Demota, but my understanding is that Canard is not one of the locations. It's Patricia Street and then the commercial space over in the industrial area. Am I correct as well? No?
Go ahead, Ms. Saunders.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. The proposal before you today is to shift the pop-up business village from Connaught over to Patricia. And we're not contemplating anything today about what's happening in the industrial area in S Block. So I think it would be helpful to just leave that separate. And then the proposal in front of you today is, we believe it's a proposal that strengthens Jasper's position to support businesses that lost their premises in the fire, and do so in a way that both supports those businesses that lost their premises, but also the economic recovery that's needed for all of the businesses in Jasper. So locating it in a place which feels it's more of a hub then for the businesses that lost their premises and their neighbors.
Okay, so now on that, we're talking about fairness because we are in commercial space. So the fee structure, so right now, if we look at our outdoor dining, we charge them per park install. So with this new pop-up village, would we be recovering through whether the grant or whether through the businesses, the fees for those park installs?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for that question. Yes, we would. I believe the initial motion that went to council, we said we would be charging, Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong, was it $18.50 per stall?
Yeah, that's correct.
4 to 6 months term, as a cost recovery, and we are not proposing to change that. That would be the same number, that we would be charging in the Patricia Street location. So the cost recovery piece from the businesses through the rent would, remain the same.
Thank you for
And
that.
same as patio.
Go ahead, Mr. Gill.
Just in addition, because if we're talking about Patricia Street and they are contained in this report, there's also the discussion about the climbing wall. And the climbing wall consumes a fair amount of space. And so administration is open to considering whether maybe a different model might make sense for that. And that's why in the recommendations, you'll see that there's a recommendation to identify an appropriate fee model for that. You know, the attraction being a bit different than the other businesses. So there's a reference to that in the report.
So I'll go back to Councillor Keller-Empey to finish any other questions you may have before moving to Councillor Demona.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Demona.
Okay, so just to address another question that was brought up by a community member prior in the delegations, and that's the Parks Canada parking stalls. And from someone that used to use that parking lot to park my vehicle during work hours to get back and forth to work, and mostly in the winter time, whatever, just observation, it's anecdotal. A lot of those stalls were used by residents in the community to get downtown to work. Some of it is to do activity in the community, and some of it was used to you know, enable visitors to park within the community in the summertime. Unfortunately, we don't have specific locations for our parking number stalls. So to actually monitor the physical use on a day-to-day basis in the summertime, I think would be a little difficult. However, if we are facing some challenges, I think maybe reaching out to Parks Canada too, if we're considering that location to, like, are there other opportunities for your staff to park somewhere else while we're growing out of this problem? And you know, I think that was a valid point brought in by Mr. Merilovich earlier, maybe to his detriment if we're actually like considering that spot. But I mean, it is something to talk about. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Go ahead, Ms. Sanders, to maybe summarize.
Deputy Mayor Melnick will simply take the matter of the Parks Canada parking that's in that parking lot under advisement and work with our colleagues there. But for now, we're assuming it's there and we're working around it.
Is there anything else that administration would like to add in this request for decision that may help council move to the next stage? Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Melick, I just want clarity on one matter that I thought I raised earlier, but perhaps I was unclear. Based on available site coverage at either Connaught or Patricia, what is the maximum number of businesses that could be accommodated?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I'll do the traffic control on this one, and I'm going to ask Lucas Sherwin to use his site planning brains, and if you could provide us with a number, Lucas, for each site, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, and it really will depend on sort of the actual space needs of individual businesses. The Connaught site, when we sort of looked at everything that was available to us, I think we were at pretty much, with the 7 businesses that had approached us, we were looking at using pretty much all of those 21 stalls that we had initially allocated for it. We did have the opportunity to expand if needed. The Connaught drive lot is larger. It's about twice the size. And there's a couple of logical stage gates that you could sort of, okay, we've filled up this area. We're ready for the next phase. The Patricia Street site is a little bit more constrained. I think with the 7 businesses that we've received so far, I would say that we can probably fit 2 or 3 more new businesses if they were in the range of that sort of 10 by 20 foot CCAN, which we're seeing as sort of typical. Potentially for that space, there are other opportunities to expand it. As Councillor Demota has talked about, you know, taking up some of the Parks Canada parking. You know, we've looked at the opportunity sort of north of where Rockaboo is as well. There's some open space, pending sort of their site design needs and that sort of thing. And there are also a number of on-street parking stalls that might be available for something like a food truck that is sort of in and out, right? If there's a business that needs to be, that needs access in and out of the site, that's something that we could contemplate. That's obviously sort of a last resort measure as opposed to keeping everything on site. I hope that answers your question, Your Worship.
Councillor Demota?
Okay, 2 quick questions. I'll try to make it quick. The number that has been assigned to the stalls, is that a seasonal number like they are for the sidewalk seating or the street seating? And or is that because we're contemplating on having year round? Is that an annual number?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, it's a very flexible number. I'm gonna use that word over and over again. Flexibility in terms of the size needs of each business, flexibility in terms of who is interested for just the summer, who's interested year round, and then flexible again for people that are gonna be in for a bit and then decide not to, or folks we haven't heard from yet who decide they'd like to be in.
All right, and just like to follow up on that, when I was saying the cost per stall, it's very difficult to attribute to that particular area on what it's actually, it would be, because we don't have a direct metric, like how many residents were parking there and how many, you know, how much revenue that we could recoup from that as far as tourists go. So very hard one to do, and I commend you for, you know, working on those numbers. And then I guess my second question eluded me now, but I think there might be something else, and if I remember, I'll ask.
And Councillor Keller-Embry?
Okay, just thinking about this, so if we were to stay at the Cannot signs, we'd have bathrooms. Would we have full electricity there for the vendors to operate out of, or would we have to upgrade that site for electricity also?
Deputy Mayor
Go ahead.
Melnick, I'm gonna invite Lucas Sherwin to respond to that question.
Thank you. Yes, to answer your question, it's actually sort of the same situation between both sites. Is we need to take sort of power from the primary electrical system. So working with ATCO to bring power to the site. I think in both cases, we're looking at relatively similar costs. I think the cost differential between the Patricia Street and the Connaught Drive location is something in the realm of about $3,000 difference. Those funds are set aside in the grant, so that will not be a cost that the municipality will have to bear.
However, with the Cannot site, that if we wanted to grow the site, we have the space there. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like when I hear that we can go out onto the road and put food trucks on Patricia Street into parking stalls. I don't think that looks for a great pop-up village that we're now moving out onto the street. I think, you know, what I do like about the Cannot site is it's bigger, you can make it bigger. With the Patricia site to expand, I don't think that's a good one.
Looking at Councillor Demota, you remembered the next question?
Good, because that kind of segues into it, because Councillor Keller-Embry said that wasn't a good look, and what I considered a good look, particularly because the days are shorter in the wintertime, where the Rockaboo structure is, like when it was lit up, it looked magnificent. Like the spot was great. I think it did a lot to enhance the community and bring a little bit of bright light to, you know, an otherwise kind of community, I guess. I'm just going to put that. It's just a very wonderful band-aid to have within the commercial core. But having said that, you know, when we're considering this, I wonder if there's been any contemplation with this instead of working around the existing structure. And, you know, we talked about sight lines and stuff from you know, the people that are living there. Is there an opportunity? I know it takes a little bit to tear down and set up, but is moving that structure been considered, especially if it's gonna be there for a little bit longer? Because if that space is being considered, maybe having it as central and, or are there safety concerns with the buildings next door? I don't, again, not my wheelhouse, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Go ahead, please.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I'll direct this question to Lucas Sherwin again. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, to answer your question, Councillor Demota, and I don't want to speak for Rockaboo in this. The conversations that we've had to date indicate that they are concerned, I guess, about the costs of mobilization and demobilization to move that structure or to take it down and set it back up. But I would leave that to them to sort of express, I guess, at some point, either in writing or in potentially next week at council. That structure has been engineered to be safe, so I wouldn't have any concerns around the safety of potentially moving it. There are just costs associated with that for the business in particular. It is something that we could look at, but yeah, I know that has been a constraint that they're working sort of within.
Thank you for that. Councillors, have we exhausted the questions that we have regarding this topic? And is there a councillor who would like to make a recommendation to council or an alternate recommendation? We have two recommendations on this request for decision. And I look forward to a councillor making a recommendation to move forward. Councillor Demota?
Well, just so that we can advance this to council for consideration, again, we have another week and we might get some new information next week. But what I was gonna propose, I was gonna throw it out this way, and maybe it's neither here nor there, and I don't wanna convolute it, but the committee recommend that council consider the approval of changing the location of the pop-up business village from 607 Connaught Drive to the 406, 412 Patricia Street parking lot. Now, does that sound something that's worth moving and just adding, considering the approval, changing that up as opposed to recommending approval? I know, again, motion by consensus doesn't always work well.
Go ahead, Councillor Keller-Hampton.
I do see what you're doing, and I probably could support it because I do believe that I agree. And unfortunately, I'm not here next week. I will try and zoom in. I may not be able to, because I'm at other meetings, but I am interested really to hear back from the residents. Because we just don't have the housing behind, but there are apartments on Patricia Street itself. And I, you know, I mean, really, it's that end of the community, and I really would like to hear what the community input is into this, and my decision would be on what I'm hearing from the community as a whole. So I do like the idea that we're considering it, we'll look forward to next week. And then depending on what we hear from the community in next week, how we make our decision.
So is that, to your point, Councillor Demota, making motions like today, you've added a word there for us to consider that the committee to recommend council consider changing the location of the complex village from 607 Connaught Drive to 406, 412 Patricia Street parking lot as opposed to the word approved.
Yeah, and I guess I had both words in there, but I understood from administration that there was going to be some public consultation in canvassing the residents in the area before we move forward with a final decision. So, or was that the intention? So just okay through CEO given as a might have a response.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, think the way the report is framed is that if council is in a position to make a determination between sites, then, and if the determination was to move forward with the public consultation, then administration would commit to doing that to mitigate concerns that might arise, but moving ahead on that site. If council, the way the motion is framed right now, I wouldn't expect administration to undertake any significant public consultation in the course of the next week before this returns back to council. If council wanted to tell administration, we need more information before we make any kind of decisions on this or give any kind of direction, and we want you to go away and do public consultation and return to a future committee meeting, that would be a different thing. And you know, I would say, I don't have a prediction right now of how long that consultation would take, but turning something around in a week is probably not great public consultation. And so just in terms of expectations, I think if the recommendation of advancing this to council is that council consider, likely what council will hear is opinions from folks that choose to get in touch with council between now and then, or that show up at the council meeting, which is legitimate and helpful. But I don't think you would expect to see administration undertake significant and structured public consultation over the course of the next week. If you wanted us to do that, I would suggest that it would delay decision-making and implementation on this for a month to a month and a half before we be, which starts to get into impacting the ability to deploy anything for this summer season, right? It starts to get really tight. So any of those are possible from an administrative perspective. I think we'd prefer to have clear direction on either site as early as possible. But that suits administration. To be clear, that's not necessarily what the community would prefer, what council needs. If council said, you know what? It's our direction that we need to take more time, do more extensive public consultation, and then we want administration to come forward with those details, tell us what you heard, like that kind of process. That's okay. I think we just need to acknowledge that comes with the downside to that would be that it would impact the ability to deliver sort of the installations in a timely manner and might impact some of the plans of the businesses. Again, it's not impossible, it's not unreasonable, but it does come, there's sort of pros and cons.
Okay, gotcha. And I was contemplating on adding something to the end of that with public consultation, whatever it may be. The beauty of these things, it doesn't say at the next regular council meeting. So you can put it out there and then we can set a date on when it can come back. However, having said that, I'm looking at the clock and, you know, I think sometimes our brains need fuel as well. And we've been taxed out, oxygen in the room, all these other things. I think we're probably better set up to take a break and then come back to that. That's what I'm recommending. I don't expect anybody else to come back. The administration can stretch it out too. I know it's our job to stay here and work through it, but I think we're better served if we're refueled.
Suggestion from Councillor Demoter, we take a break for perhaps 1:30. Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Respectfully, I disagree. We've had lengthy discussion. I agree that there are some unsettled issues, but I think it's time to move this forward. It is clear that even if someone votes now to recommend that council approve, they are forced to vote in favor of the approval. But I will acknowledge the sensitivity of it in the lack of a degree of community input here. So I think we should get this part of it done, go enjoy some lunch, come back refreshed. But a new discussion, otherwise we are just going to repeat the discussion we just had. My motion therefore will be that committee recommend council consider approving a change to the location of the pop-up business village from 607 Connaught Drive to 406 412 Patricia Street parking lot at the next regular meeting of council. That doesn't mean that we couldn't defer it at that time. But there are many things that hang in the balance, and one of the things that we've heard about is that business needs certainty and predictability. People are going to have to make investments. The summer season is almost on us. We cannot kick this down the road indefinitely. It's a difficult decision, but in a week from now, I expect we may hear from residents, but it's not just residents in the area, it's the business sector generally, both those in that area and those in other areas. And it may be from those particular businesses, the 7, who will be impacted. And I welcome input from all of them. But I think it's time to move on. We've been at this for, I think, over an hour since our break. And it's been a healthy discussion, but I don't want to repeat it again after lunch. So I'm prepared to make the motion that I've made. We'll come back to it a week from now, and see where we're at and see what we've heard from all members of the public who are interested in expressing their opinion.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Merilovich, do you want to speak to the motion?
Well, that's great leadership. I like it. I support it.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Merilovich. I too will support this motion. I like the idea of moving to that space. It's nicer than our downtown core, but I also appreciate that we have to check the people that live around that space. And not only the people that live around that space, because it is a public parking lot that belongs to the community. So engagement across the board, I think will be helpful, but I do support this motion.
Any other comments from councillors? Your Worship, if you wanted to make any closing remarks? All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Administration is clear. I will call the question. All those in favor? The four opposed. And with that, we follow the suggestion by council that we should take a break and about an hour. Okay, so we'll be back at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone. We are returning to today's committee of the whole meeting. It is now 2 p.m. and I will call the meeting back to order. We're at agenda item 7.4, and we spoke to one of the recommendations that was on the request for decision, and we now have a second recommendation to discuss. Go ahead. Councillor Kelly.
You were here before me. This isn't my fault.
I know, I should not do this. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I know Councillor Muller does this, and I never do this. But could I ask for next week, if administration would look into the food trucks? Do they have to operate on diesel the whole time? So would it be a diesel aspect where this food truck is run on diesel the whole time? Just, it was a question that was asked. I did not know. I got a call at lunch. And I said that I would bring it back and that I would ask administration to have that answer for next week for the meeting.
Councillor, can I just get you to repeat that? You're just coming through a little bit watery on my end. And I just want to make sure I'm getting the right question for you.
I've been asked that the food trucks would they be running on diesel if they weren't allowed to plug in, or if they couldn't plug in? Would that NICE, those fumes, be part of the operation of the food trucks?
We can find that answer out for you right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I get back to the second part of item 7.4. Yeah, we just on the line. Will you just be addressing that, or is that the next beginning?
Mayor Melnick, I think either of us can address it. If we're looking at the second part of the motional or the recommendation, I'm not certain that there's anything additional from administration to present at this time. Happy to answer any questions. Obviously, some discussion about the previous sort of approval that administration saw as being a temporary approval over the winter season. There's been a request to be able to operate for a longer term at that location. Obviously, council can ask for any additional information they might need. We've heard some different perspectives today during the delegation portion of the agenda. And the committee has the ability to vary this motion recommendation in a way you might like. If administration was recommending a 3-year term, to try to find a balance of permanence that would allow the operator to make some forward-looking plans, while also acknowledging that it isn't intended to be forever. Council felt that we can strike the right balance there, like 3 years, and it should be more or less, and that would be, that's certainly within council's purview to do that. Or to direct administration to work properly to plan for winter seasonal operation of the kind facility somewhere else, or year-round operation of the facility somewhere else. And we could do any of those things.
Thank you for that additional information. Councillors, any discussion on the recommendation? Sorry. Any other points that would maybe need to be clarified?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My question around engagement in the businesses and residents, what is the threshold? Like, is every single person, like, what does that look like with engagement?
I can start to answer that question. I know Beth is our engagement expert, but I can certainly start to answer that question. I think our goal would be to engage directly with as many of the adjacent residents as possible. So my understanding is that the plan is to go door to door, provide some information and request feedback either directly in person or provide some form of contact information so that we can give people a chance to collect their thoughts, that sort of thing. My expectation is that we won't necessarily be able to reach everybody, nor will we necessarily be able to have everybody check the box that says, I support this. We'll be looking really to mitigate sort of concerns that are raised, right? There are some that are realistic to be addressed, whether it's managing noise, light, hours of operation, those sorts of things. Challenges like views are more challenging, I think. So.
I think in contemplation with this or on this, it's something that another councillor alluded to earlier. This is a public space. I think parking lots are designated as institutional, I think, right? Okay, so I understand there's residents around it are going to be directly affected, but so are other businesses too. And whether it's a welcome thing in the area, like collectively with the pop-up area itself, or the standalone thing. So regardless of this particular business as an individual business, I like more consultation with everyone that's affected in the area, because that property belongs to the whole community, right, in itself. So there's some work that needs to be done here, but I think we're going in a good direction.
Thank you. Hand up on the screen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Just want to highlight that what we will do between now and Tuesday next week when you meet as council is we will be meeting with as many immediately adjacent residents as possible, so we can have some information for you next week. The reason why we're pushing for next week is because there are really tight timelines to make sure that there are the adequate services for the businesses that are going to land in whatever location we choose, so that they can be up and running for the May long weekend. If we delay the decision too long, we're going to lose the opportunity for these businesses to set up. We're also going to be working with the Chamber of Commerce to reach out to specific business owners and the business community writ large, just to gauge what the appetite is for the two locations. We've had that discussion over the lunch hour.
Thank you, Monique. So when this came to us in the fall regarding the carnival or the ice wall, my understanding at that time, it was supposed to come down. And in order to get this remembering, the reason we don't want it to come down now is the cost of taking it down and putting it back up again. Is that correct? And I'm just wondering why this wasn't brought to us at the time, that what the costs actually, because at the time, you know, when I made that decision, to me, it was a pilot project, it was for this winter, it was because the Green Canyon ice wasn't there. And in winter, you know, we have skiing and we have the canyon. There are two go to, right? So we needed something for the visitor. I'm just wondering, did it just then that the costs were so much that we should now turn it into kind of more in summer and then go back into the winter? I just kind of want to get why this didn't come up at the time when we decided to do it as a winter pilot project, because I remember saying, when you come back next year and ask for permission again.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Allen. So at the time, the applicant had asked for seasonal operation. Full stop. I think there was a consideration that there's a potential for year-round operation, but at the time they talked about this being a mobile installation and a non-permanent installation. So, you know, we were bringing forward a recommendation in line with the applicant's wishes. At the time, I think the applicant has since, you know, sort of reconsidered their business going forward and what might work for them. And so as administration, we're trying to facilitate that discussion with council. So the other part in terms of the cost, to be very, very clear, administration doesn't have the cost of taking down and setting up the installation has zero impact on administration of the municipal budget. That's cost and an expense to the operator. And so the operator has identified that it's a significant expense to take down, move, and store the item, which is not really that much of a surprise. We've talked a lot about housing and how around housing, a big part of the cost is actually getting the housing where you need it to be, getting it set up, and then taking it away at the end. I think really the same principle applies here. Once something's put in place and if it can be used, you know, you have a cost of building the structure. And if you build it once and it gets to sit there for 3 years and then be taken down at the end, that would be less expensive than building it 6 times during 3 years. But again, that has no impact on the municipal budget, on taxpayers, but it is a significant consideration for the operator.
I think one of my questions earlier was, you know, does the current location work with the pop-up design that's gonna go there or potentially go there, sorry. And, you know, maybe the cause of tearing it down and setting up again, if it's gonna be more permanent in the same location, but off to the side or in a different spot to help the whole thing out. That's something that I guess consultation could take place with the business owners as well. I don't think anything at this point. It's hard to say. I'm just thinking as I'm going along here.
So the request is, as I read it, is to provide information at least for the operator as to what potential cost could be. In order to have that structure there year round in an area that also could provide potential parking revenue as well. And that's really what I see in this is a direction to move forward with at least those discussions. And then with having some certainty regarding that, it could come to council for consideration for a potential 3-year term, or as mentioned, a shorter term. But I think really, the operator would at least need to have an idea of what type of cost that would be. Councillor Keller,
How many parking stalls, thank you, Dr. Mayor, if you would just give them, how many parking stalls is it currently occupied?
I'll actually refer that to, I think, Lucas. He probably has a more accurate representation of the number of stalls required for the common wall installation and associated uses.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor Keller empty. My understanding is that it's about 15 parking stalls. It's kind of the most of the north half of the lot. From our information and from the data provided by the parking contractor, there are about 55 stalls total in that lot. And we would be looking, I think it's around 28 or 30 of those stalls are what we're considering for the pop-up village, and the remainder are sort of in that north half of the lot. A portion of the site is still available north of the Rockaboo Center, but it's not being used for parking currently because it's not really, it doesn't look like it should be used for parking at this point.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I initially took a slightly different interpretation of the recommended motion. And I am still flummoxed as to whether we put the cart before the horse. And I wonder whether there might first be consideration of the question of whether or not this should be a permanent year-round installation before we invite administration to go and figure out an appropriate fee structure. If they come up with an appropriate fee structure, I think that could potentially lead the operator to say, that sounds fine, I'm in. And yet council will not yet have necessarily determined whether it's appropriate to make that a year-round facility. I have some questions about that. We did hear some discussion earlier today, and I didn't think to ask perhaps the appropriate questions, but I will ask them now in the hope that administration might have access to information that I don't. Is it intended that the structure will remain exactly the same dimensions, including in height? Will it be draped on 4 sides? We did hear from the operator that the intent is to have climbing only on 2 sides to respect privacy of residents, which is appreciated. But what will be the treatment of those other sides? And then finally, before we make the final decision, I would like to hear perhaps from other proponents who supported the initial installation, in part on the basis that an attraction of that sort would activate and animate our downtown core when we need it. And I think that it probably did, but that's only anecdotal, but I'd like to hear what others in the industry have to say about that. Because to some extent, this is about more than just the one enterprise. I think there is a sense that in order to draw visitors, particularly to the downtown core, activities are really helpful. So if this can help activate, animate, and enliven our downtown core, then that adds another dimension to the decision making. So I leave all those questions out, but the first question is, should we separately ask of ourselves, should this enterprise be approved rather than on a temporary basis, or a year-round basis for a period of 3 years, and separate that from the question of fee structure. Is anyone in administration able to respond to the anticipated treatment of the structure, whether it retains all of the existing dimensions, including height, and what the treatment on the 2 active walls would be?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I can take a shot at this question, and I'm looking to colleagues to correct me or provide additional information as needed. My understanding is that the structure as it is right now would remain. Anytime it moves, that's when the operator has costs incurred. So the proposal is it would stay for 3 years. If it were to relocate, cost. So I do take the question that it could be a decision that council would like to make, that you would like to approve it for the summer, say, or for 1 year. Those are legitimate options for you to take, that you'd like to define an amount of time. As for the structure that we see standing there right now, my understanding is that's what it would be. And we could engage when we're speaking with immediate neighbors about what kind of treatment to that structure would enable it to be more appealing or desirable, and then report back to you on what we find.
Any other questions or Director Saunders? So the suggestion was to separate what I heard, the term aside from the fee structure. That's a possibility as we go forward as well. If we did that, Mr. Collins.
Well, maybe just a process, Jeff. There are a few overlapping issues, and certainly council can choose to deal with them all at once, or maybe piece by piece, and sometimes piece by piece is easier. I would suggest that the decisions are probably year-round operation or not. If it was year-round operation, for how many years? So season, term, and cost. And it's possible. So break it apart and make it simpler. That might be 3 different, is council interested in supporting this as a year-round operation or not? And that is kind of an independent decision. And if you were, then how long would you be willing to do that for? And then, the cost issue could be a matter of negotiation. I mean, there's lots of different ways to handle that. It's possible the determination of should this be a year-round operation or not. Council could say, we don't have enough information to make a decision today. We would like to take some time and have public, so you could set some conditions before you made that decision. Or if you feel that you have a broad view and enough information today, or, that between now and next council meeting, that you might be in a position to do that, you could also say, year-round operation and direct administration to identify concerns in the neighborhood and implement mitigating approaches, right? Like, so you have quite a bit of flexibility, but it might be helpful if you may deal with some of the fundamental questions first in a piece-by-piece approach.
Thank you for that additional advice. Councillor DeMoy.
Well, the request is there. By the applicant, we have a recommendation from administration to return to a future meeting with what the mayor would do, with an appropriate fee structure. So regardless of where we might sit in a week from now or 2 weeks from now, or whatever the decision will be, we should still know where that number sits, yes or no? Or does that matter to council? Do they have any question on that? You're referring to the year-round 350. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You want to have a fee structure. Yeah. We probably didn't make it.
Before we make the decision on the future, but I'd like to have feedback. I mean, like, because when council made this decision last fall, it was a seasonal adventure. And it was the pilot project, and after every pilot project, we get community feedback. So I think we should follow our own process, get the community feedback, see what benefits it was to the community, and then look at it, whether we should pilot it for a year-round program and what fee structure we should look at. I remember that our meeting, I remember yourself, that we were talking about public use, public space. And at that time, we said, great idea, it was good for the winter season. But it would be really good to have that feedback of how people felt about it in the winter. And then, the question could be in there, can you see this as a year-round project? Because we are taking up public space and for a private enterprise. So I think that's the way we should go. But that's just my opinion.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and yes, I do agree. I'm curious how long it would take administration to come up with the fee structure, and I don't know if that's a big involved process, but can both those things be done at the same time, so the public feedback comes back? The fee structure is already in place.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I think that would be a reasonable approach. You can do things at the same time rather than doing them one after the other.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I think that would be very helpful for the operator as well, that they're not waiting for the feedback to come back and then the appropriate fee structure to come back if it can be done. It's great, thank you.
Councillor Devoto.
Well, unless we're considering a rebate for having a 3-year deal, let's say, am I not to understand that administration's already working on a fee structure for what the lots are worth, and we know how many spaces the current structure takes, and that's gonna be eventual for the price point on it. So we'll have a full understanding what the full cost is of that. Anyway, so is there a need for direction on this specific thing? I think that's what I'm at.
And Mr. Gibbon would like to comment on, I think, both the comments.
Certainly on Councillor Devoto's I think that we've been using the sort of per space because it's what we had before the fire, and it didn't contemplate attractions. Right, so it was really built around the hospitality industry and restaurant use and nominally, a little bit the idea that any other business could also use it. I think we'd like to take the opportunity to, again, if we're considering something longer, whether that makes sense, because this is a use that takes up a fair bit of space, but doesn't kind of have the same revenue generating potential as say a food and beverage outlet. I think if we talk to the food and beverage folks, they can tell you exactly how many dollars they can expect per seat and how many seats they can get into a square footage. I think so the math around that's pretty well known and easy to replicate. With this one, maybe we need to be a little bit more innovative and see if there are other options that might share some of the risk. But we could at least come to to have a discussion with the operator about a variety of different approaches. See what any of them would look like, identify the alternatives to council, and potentially identify a recommended option out of the alternatives. Like I said, but we've only been using the per parking stall basis because it's what we had. Not because it was exactly right for this type of use.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Any councillor, I'll recognize his work with Mayor Island.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I kind of formulate a motion I haven't got there, but I was the one that opened the door to this, so I will try and explain my conundrum. The recommendation as listed deep down in the RFD, recommendation number 2 on page 23 of our agenda, says the second recommendation associated with this request for decision is related to Rockaboo's request to keep the ice climbing wall structure up for the summer. But the recommended motion, I don't read that way. So back to the top of the request for decision. It is direction to return with a recommendation for a free structure to enable the year-round operation, which hasn't yet been determined. And I don't want to mislead either the applicant or the public as to what it is that we've done. And so if it is understood that the motion as presented does not presuppose anything, then I'm more comfortable. The wording, again, deeper in the RFP, after page 23, the end of that second paragraph, to me, is what the motion ought to be about, or to direct administration to do something and return. Before returning, administration will require clarity on the summer usage of the space. That would include questions to be, or answers to the questions I raised. It would include a cost structure. It would include input from Parks Canada as the development authority. And I think that it could also include feedback from the industry as to the impact that that sort of attraction can have in the downtown core. Again, I can live with the motion as it is, as long as nobody interprets that motion as presupposing that we've gone from a temporary use to a more permanent use. That's my concern with the language.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in the body of the agenda here, the third page with reference to the request to keep the structure up for the summer. Maybe what we're being hung up on here is that there's a 3-year term implication that once we look at whether or not it should be up for the summer or not after hearing feedback, perhaps that 3-year term clarity and our 3-year term should not be part of the recommendation of the committee.
That's one of the things that I brought up earlier, and regardless of its location specific, if that location itself renders itself not to be a good space for any commercial activity of this sort, then we're back to square one for next year, right? So, I mean, again, it's a pilot project within a pilot project. We're dealing it as we go along because that's all that we can do at this point. I thought I had something that I was gonna go with here, but now it's all over the place. In all honesty and understandably so.
Ireland?
I can help if people are ready. At least I think I have a motion. The motion would be that committee direct administration return to council with an appropriate fee structure for Rockaboo to remain in place potentially for up to 3 years. And prior to returning, the municipality of Jasper will require clarity on the summer usage of the space, potential space rental fees, and input from Parks Canada as the development authority responsible for commercial development in Jasper. And industry feedback as to the impact of the attraction on our downtown landscape in the winter months.
I'm seeing some heads moving up and down. Councillor Demona.
A lot of people have chat GPT, we have chat MOJ, and instead of AI, we've got RI. So to me, that worked out pretty good.
So, sorry, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Island, would you consider adding resident, industry and resident feedback to that?
So we have a motion which has had a friendly amendment. And I want to check to make sure that this is a recommendation going to direct administration, committee of direct administration. Just want to check with administration if the motion is clear. All right. And we had a couple of comments on the motion. Your Worship, do you wish to close on any debate on this?
Okay.
All right, if everyone's clear on the motion, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I believe that is item number 7.4. We're going to move to item 7.5. And this is the disaster recovery program project update list, and I see Director Saunders is at the screen, and I believe she'll be addressing this, or is it going to be Mr. Gibbon? Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think between myself and Emily, Ms. Lawson, our financial coordinator with JRCC, will be able to provide an overview of the report and answer any council questions. And maybe I'll pass it to Emily to cover a high-level overview of the changes that are being proposed and the reason that we're bringing the report to council, even though the bottom line doesn't change.
Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. Welcome, Emily. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. As mentioned in the provided report, we're here today with an update of information on the disaster recovery program and some highlights I'd like to bring to your attention. Currently, there is no changes impacting municipal finances. We have just expanded the project list with no overall change to the budget to be able to reconcile to our first advance more effectively. Come April month end, we're anticipating having spent over 90% of our first advance. So that's the reason to be able to reconcile more efficiently. The last point I'd like to bring to your attention is site servicing is now an approved project under our DRP, which is fantastic news. Even though this is added, there's no change to the budget because we have reallocated funds from other projects. We've got this information today to ensure we're regularly informing you on our disaster recovery program, and administration is here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And I look to council if there are any questions. A lot of numbers in here, of course. So looking at the agenda page 30, we have attachment number 3, which is the ERP expenses identifying what has been spent to date by cost area, with an indication that we have about $1.4 million left from the initial advance. And of course, that will carry over to the next advance that we would receive, which I assume would be the other half of the ERP.
So that is anticipating that we receive expenses, invoices that we're expecting specifically from the Edmonton Evacuation Center, as you can see it kind of towards the top there, as well as the Grand Prairie Evacuation Center. These are quite large costs. So this is the anticipated estimated advance remaining is the 1.4 million. DRP will advance up to 90%, of course. And the next advance would be dependent on what they would decide. But to be eligible for an additional advance, we need to reconcile to the 36.5 million that has been provided already.
Attachment number 3, the updated project list. There's uninsurable municipal infrastructure, which is $3.6 million. It's for anticipated repair and replacement of signs that were damaged during the fire, or we just also anticipate perhaps roads and other municipal infrastructure that may have been damaged by the debris removal.
I'll take that one, Deputy Mayor Melnick. No, this covers other types of damaged infrastructure. It's basically a holding, a contingency account. I shouldn't say account because it's not an account, it's a line, a contingency line. There are some expenses that we don't yet have clarity on for other types of infrastructure other than municipal infrastructure. And so we started out by acknowledging that there's a need to potential risks there. And so we're holding an amount of money. As time has gone on, we're better able to understand that risk. And so we're able to sort of draw down or shrink the amount that we're holding on that line. And so again, it really is more of a contingency.
Thank you. Councillor DeBoden.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to Mr. Given on that particular line item. This includes operation as well as capital. The reason I'm asking is because we've had to do other things that we've initiated, like cleaning municipal sidewalks and then private sidewalks as well. That takes up extra resource time. And is that one of the areas where we had funds that were specified to those services?
So the total amount of 73 million is inclusive of sort of hard costs for replacement of physical infrastructure. It's, things that might have been damaged either during the response to the wildfire or through debris removal process, as well as direct operational costs associated with the response, like bringing in firefighters. I know council members have been signing checks. You've signed a lot of checks to a lot of other municipalities where they've provided operational response. And any of our ongoing municipal operational costs that have been accepted under the DRP program. Some examples would include Emily's position, I'll just put her on the spot, Director Parks' position, the added expense of sidewalk maintenance. We had that discussion about sidewalk clearing in the damaged areas, and the municipality taking on some of that responsibility. Those operational costs are all included within this $73 million envelope.
Councillor Killarney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think on page 29 of 37, the uninsurable municipal infrastructure, waste management, unusual waste management costs, fencing, sifting. Is that for around town, those costs, or was that for people that didn't have insurance?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick to Councillor Killer, I'm kidding. So the replanning costs, these are related to, for example, Rubicon, the sifting, the fencing that's being put up around town. So those are the major costs there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Come back to attachment 3. Councillor Keller used a phrase, and I wanted to go back to the report. Read at the very top of the second page. There is a bullet point. I wonder if you can explain to me what that means. Uninsurable infrastructure has decreased by $5 million due to decrease of risk. What does that mean?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, for Mayor Ireland, so that was the point that I was, and apologies actually with Deputy Mayor Melnick, I may have misspoke when you're asking about the 3 million for uninsurable municipal infrastructure. So I want to acknowledge that I think I was actually speaking to this line. Deputy Mayor Melnick, so you were right, the 3 million for signs and sidewalks and playgrounds. This line though is the one that I was speaking to, Your Worship, where we were holding a contingency for infrastructure that was damaged that is not owned by the municipality. We have a better understanding of the risk and liability associated with that now, and so we're comfortable bringing that down from its previous amount.
All right, thank you for that. I don't actually have a question. I just perhaps some clarity. Attachment 3, the DRP expenditures. The Calgary evacuation center costs are listed in the top line. And I take it that is because those have been ascertained and paid. And Edmonton and Grand Prairie, we're waiting on invoices. But assuming they are close to what is estimated, then that means that evacuation costs are close to $19 million. I think just a worthwhile figure for community members to be aware of.
Yeah, that is correct. So we have received the invoice from Calgary and we're waiting on Edmonton and Grand Prairie, and those estimates have been provided from the cities themselves.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and along those lines of questioning, I'm wondering, just for my own clarity, DRP paid for evacuation centers. I think a lot of residents are under the impression that Red Cross might have been part of that as well, or are they somehow related?
Thank you for that question. They are not related. So the evacuation center that Red Cross was running out of is actually charged from the cities themselves. So that is where a large portion of evacuation charges are coming from.
Ms. Johnson.
Just for clarity, just want to follow up on Councillor Hall's question. But the donations that were given to residents, they were from the Red Cross, am I correct?
That is correct.
Any other councillors have questions? If there are no other questions, and I know there's some big numbers here that it's kind of hard to imagine how much has been spent already in the recovery. But if there are no other questions, I look for a motion that maybe receive the report of information, but Councillor Hall, you make that motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you for the presentation and the work and preparing Mission North. We look forward to seeing you at future meetings. All right, so we're going to be looking at the next agenda item 7.16, and that is the 2024 Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Update. And do we have Councillor, sorry, Mr. Given, if you would like to speak to this one?
Thanks very much.
Maybe I could say former Councillor Given at one point, but.
I appreciate that happens to me sometimes, so it's good to hear that there's another speaker that sometimes, turn council members into directors and directors into council members, vice versa. So it's not just me that it happens to. I am speaking to the report today. Ms. Riddell is away today, so as a part of our equity, diversity and inclusion policy, which was approved by council back in 2021, we have a 5-year equity, diversity and inclusion master plan, which sets out how that policy would be implemented by administration over a period of time. A part of the policy and the plan is that we would come back to council on a regular basis and report the actions that have been taken and the things that are yet to come. The recommendation here today is that council receive this 2024 annual report on the implementation of the equity, diversity and inclusion plan for information. So really it's just an informational report. There's a second recommendation, and I think really in the spirit of equity, diversity and inclusion, administration is also requesting the committee recommend council approve replacing the word master with the word action in the formal name of the plan. So the plan was formally adopted by council, and so we're making a suggestion that in alignment with the principles of inclusion, that the and a recognition of what the plan really is. It is an action plan. We're just recommending that's a small but meaningful adjustment that could be made. And we would like to ask council to make that formally. So in terms of the highlights, I won't read the entire report, recognizing first that I'm not the expert in it, but also that council's had a chance to see this report over the course of the weekend. An obvious impact in our 2024 operations was the wildfire. And having said that, there is a significant increase in the number of items that are completed in 2023. About 18% of the items that were identified in the plan were completed. We're now, after 2024, we're up to about 38%. The number of items that are underway has gone down somewhat. That's a reflection of we've completed some things. And then the number of items that are not yet started has also decreased. Looking forward, some of the goals for 2025 would be specifically to complete the work on an Indigenous relations strategy, to complete our public engagement policy through the and really frame it through the lens of inclusion and bring that to council for consideration and approval. Bring the food security strategy to council as well. And then broadly, we're looking to increase internal capacity to use the inclusion tool for assessing capital projects when we're doing policy reviews and program development. And we're also looking to improve staff training through onboarding by including additional information around ED&I, anti-racism, and cultural safety, and trying to build that into our regular process of onboarding new staff. There are a number of other specific initiatives that the team is looking forward to undertaking in the 2025 year. And you can also see the activities that took place in 2024 under each of the focus areas in the plan on page 33 of your package. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can, but again, this is just a demonstration of our commitment to regularly reporting progress. We sometimes ask council to approve long-ranging plans for multiple years. And the commitment, I think, from administration to council and the community is that we'll come back and tell you how we're doing along the way. The intent is to have it so that this transparency and reporting means that plans don't quote unquote sit on a shelf. We come back to you and show you what we've done over the course of a year.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Merilovich, through you to CAO Gibbon. I just wanted to express my appreciation for moving replacing the word minister with action, because as you referenced, sometimes there's an implication that plans can sit on shelves, but action is very very clearly articulates that there is an intent to act on the plan on an ongoing basis. So I appreciate that change in wording very much.
Thank you. Other councillors, any comments on the update?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I echo Councillor Roxbury's comments, and being committed to creating an inclusive community is important to me. I think it's important, absolutely important to this table. Given the current climate where diversity and inclusion efforts are increasingly important.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Councillor Roxbury.
Well, one other thought as I was reading it is that reading this report was that there are many aspects of action that have occurred that are inherent in our regular day-to-day work. It isn't addressing equity, diversity, and inclusion necessarily creates a huge amount of work, but that it also is embedded in the work that we're doing on a daily basis.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation to two parts to the recommendation for the committee. The councillor who is ready, Councillor Waxer.
The committee received the 2024 annual report on the implementation of the 2022 to 2026 Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Plan for Information, and that committee recommended council approve replacing the word master with the word action in the formal name of that.
Thank you for that motion. Any other comments by councillors? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Are those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving to two items that were added to the agenda about 5.5 hours ago. 6.5 hours ago. Oh, we do need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we sign it on Friday.
Thank you very much, Councillor Keller MP. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're going to move on to item 7.7, and I quickly wrote down an Evergreen update, and that should be presented by Councillor Keller MP. But if you could maybe give us a better
So last Friday, I attended the Evergreen board meeting, and at that meeting, we passed our budget for 2025. And there's an increase. Jasper, our assessment is not low, even though because it was assessed up to July 1. So we're kind of that year behind. So next year, our assessment will go down. But this year, our assessment is much the same as we were this time last year with budget. So last year we paid an increase of 8.345. This year we're paying 8.631%. So a slight increase of about 0.3%. The reasons for this is, of course, as a municipality and as Evergreen, we're responsible to take care of our seniors. So we have a lot of low income seniors. Part of our requisition goes to pay for those. And this year we're bringing Kicking Up, our new lodge in Victor Lake, on board. So that alone is over 600,000. Next year, because the lodge will be operational 3 years, you will see where that operating money will come into the budget, which we don't have this year because we're now starting to operate this lodge starting in May. And there was 26 pay periods in 2024, and we have 27 in 2025. And of course, everything else is going up, food, wages. Cost of living is going up, so that is the increase of where we're going. Our capital budget, will be 7 million. Our operating budget is 6.9 million. Of course, for the capital side is with Picanol, and it's also with the start of the Wildwood, and we just finished up the one in Windsor. So that's where we are with the budget.
Thank you.
Not great news, I know, everything's gone up. That's where we are.
And so the evergreen portion for Jasper will appear in our taxes as we receive those in June of this year.
That's right, and Evergreen board, we're quite aware, as is our CAO, of our circumstances here with the fire and that. And she has been talking to the Alberta government, but we are legislated to follow the regulations and we have to follow the assessment, and then it will be up to our administration. I'm not sure how the budget, how we apply this out, especially with the properties that were affected by the fire. Whether we will go ourselves to the Alberta government for relief, I'm not sure how we operate that way. I will give that to Mr. Gibbon.
Mr. Gibbon?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Ronick. Yeah, I think that's a point of discussion. So Government of Alberta has approved the municipalities tax revenue stabilization. They don't explicitly say the requisitions to other bodies stays the same, or that they would cover that, so there is no impact on the local tax base. This is important not just for Evergreens, but also particularly on the education requisition. The government of Alberta has announced that they expect to increase over time to funding 30% of the provincial education budget through local property taxes. That means a significant increase in that line on your tax bill that says Alberta School Boards Foundation. That's completely independent of municipal budgeting, as is Evergreen's requisition. You know, there's a budget that's set by a regional entity that we're obligated to collect and remit to the regional entity, Evergreens, and then the province on the education side. So no decisions of council impact either of those. And it sounds like both of those are set to go up. These are problems that obviously all the other municipal partners in Evergreens would be facing as well. The requisition would be going up in all the partner municipalities. And on the education side, the requisition will be going up for all municipalities across the province. You may have seen in the media some comments about the impact on Edmonton and Calgary and Banff, but they are material in those cases. The government of Alberta in our financial stabilization has said that they would stabilize municipal revenues, essentially meaning that they will cover the difference between what we would have brought in from the council approved budget levels and expected taxation and utility revenues, that they will cover the gap. But it does not explicitly address things like education requisition or requisition for seniors housing. So that may be an area of increased advocacy that council might want to undertake. We could start with some administrative inquiries. But right now it isn't explicitly stated they would cover off either of those. And so absent any other support, I think the expectation would be that those would flow through to taxpayers.
Thank you for that further explanation and also the indication of the support from the provincial government as to our revenues here in the municipality. Having that, I believe, was in the budget that was presented, but not yet passed by the provincial government.
That's correct, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and maybe some more discussion on that on the next agenda item. Certainly happy to get into that, but you characterized it correctly.
Thank you. Any councillors have Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Just my own clarity. It's going up 8-something%. Is that?
No, it's going up 5.3% over what we were up to. We're very lucky actually. Well, we have two, we Greenview and Yellowhead County, and between them they carry nearly 75% of the Evergreen budget. So we pay 8% compared to the county 47. We pay 27 for the review, so we're kind of in what it's in at 8.28 or 5.7, 8.28, 8.28, 8.63. Yeah. It's all on the it's all on value assessment.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that too.
And then next year, you'll probably come out.
Yeah.
So next year we'll see, we'll be down.
Thank you for that. I was gonna ask what that's based on. Thank you.
Any other questions for Councillor Keller MP on this particular topic? I believe we probably would just have a motion to recommend receiving this for information. And that would be yourself. Thank you. I would, unless there's other questions, I'd say. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. I'm now going to move to item 7.8. This is presented, added to the agenda by Councillor Demona, and what I wrote down was revisiting the 2025 approved budget.
Yep, and thank you very much for that. I think most of the conversation took place already, things that we need to discuss. And I'm glad that we had that opportunity earlier. So I don't really have a set motion to put forward today for a couple of reasons. We're going to have, and we have right now, two very important staff members that have that break in place. So I don't want to overburden anybody that doesn't have influence or can give us the right information at a convenient time for everyone. So I want to revisit this at the next available committee of the whole meeting that is going to be workable for most, and so we can have accurate information and have the right people presenting to us. So I have it here kind of as a place mark and maybe as a notice of motion for another council meeting, and maybe if that takes place at the next regular meeting or the meeting after, that's what I think we can come forward. And maybe through you, I can maybe put our CAO on the spot and ask if we were going to go and do this, what would be the earliest appropriate time that we can have the right people in place to start the conversation. Mr. Gillen.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melnick, for Councillor Demota. So I think so I will be away for until April 14th. This is, I would say, after that would be the time to start the discussion. An important thing in that discussion would be to understand the scope, what it is. So the idea of reviewing the budget doesn't probably provide enough guidance to administration. So between now and when myself, the Director of Finance and Administration, return, and we both will be back by that point, anybody thinking that they'd like to do this exploration might also think about what additional guidance they could give staff on what it might mean to review the budget. The other important timeline to remember is that we have some legislative requirements for when we need to send out tax notices. So we have sent out the assessment notices. People would have received those. The next step in that process of levying tax and sort of activating the budget is the sending out of the tax notices. And by memory, I want to say they need to be out by June. And there's some, there's the reconciliation and sort of figuring out all the numbers, and then the practical things like stuffing envelopes and putting them in the mail, all those sort of things. So there is some lead time required before that, which does make it challenging to undertake any that's why understanding council's desired scope, if there was a desire to review the budget, understanding the desired scope would be important so that we could target our efforts in the amount of time that's available.
Councillor Keller.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon, and we have talked about this in the past, looking at the residential business tax bill. So I think we probably should do it all at the same time, that where we open up a big budget. I think one of the suggestions that I made, that us as councillors, that if we send to you and Mrs. Mullenchuk some of the items that we might want to look at, would that help out, like where we give you a heads up of maybe this is the area we should look at, or these are capital items?
Mr. Gibbon.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, I think for Councillor Keller, I think it would be important to understand whether there is a common position among all of council. I'm not sure that it would be productive for individual council members to send individual things where administration would start doing work on them. If in the end there wasn't, you know, a common position among council about the need to undertake that work in the first place.
Councillor Demota.
So having said that, unfortunately, I'm gonna be away for the next regular meeting next week. But I mean, that's not to say everything needs to be put on hold. How about, for April 8th, or next committee of the whole meeting? We have this, on our agenda to discuss what councillors want to do, to bring forward for when we have administration in place, you know, understanding the timelines. You know, maybe one of the discussions, or the discussion could be opening up the budget and looking at where we can find savings within our services and or other areas that we can explore to reduce the overall burden, if that's the intention. And I know that's a very open and loose, but we all have different ideas of, you know, where we might look at. We have some recommendations from representatives of business in the community, mainly the chamber. So definitely something to explore. So if it means looking at opening up the budget, we're not really, I don't think we really have the opportunity to bring that up at the next regular meeting. So again, just kind of looking for some consensus here, if there's a desire overall to look at this and some other ideas.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I would probably entertain that. I also wouldn't even want to explore other ways to bring in more revenue. There's a great report on our website around awesome fiscal capacity to support visiting populations, and we spend about $6.5 million a year in our budget, which is just over 30% to support visitors. I know the province closed the door on resort municipal status, or whatever we want to call it in Alberta. And again, I'm not opposed to this. I'm happy to look at whatever, but I also want to keep that in mind that in our budget, we pay over 30% of our budget towards visitor facing services. And is that where, if the business community wants us to cut by 10, we cut it at that, like where do we go? I'm not willing to look at cutting anything in outreach services, given the mental state of our residents. Yeah, so those are my 2 cents. I also would like to explore other ways of bringing in more revenue.
Councillor Keller.
And forgive me, but I did watch most of the meetings while I was gone, but I do believe we haven't set any parking rates yet. Am I wrong?
I think in the budget process, we did do a small increase to the hourly parking rates. If I remember right, was that what we proposed?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, certainly parking rates. So there were no explicit decisions on parking rates. The 2025 budget, though, had an expectation of revenue from parking. Council wants to say you need to get more revenue. Therefore, you need to increase rates. That's certainly possible. Again, recognizing that we are getting close to our changeover in the season. I think we just need to acknowledge the implementation. is something. The other opportunity that is not existing now is to do year round, which is another, has been a discussion at council table. So it's increasing revenue from paid parking is either of two ways: do it for longer or more places, or a higher rate. The 2025 budget proposed a total amount expected from paid parking. And if council wanted to try to give more money than that, it's either of those three levers that you have to pull.
But I do support, looking at what the, I mean, I've had this conversation with many residents and businesses, and I think it's the right thing to do. Whether it comes out any different or not, but I think for us, many businesses, are we looking at their budgets as are many families? Are we looking at how they're budgeting and how they're managing? So I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and also looking at ways to increase revenue. And I would be in, I mean, I've said this before, I'd be in favor of year-round paid parking. I'd be in favor of raising our parking rates. Our friends down in town do it. They just did this year at a $2 an hour to their paid parking program, and that money goes directly into their climate resiliency reserve, whatever it's called. As visitors come back to our community and want to visit, I know they want the support, and I could not see an argument that would be in opposition of raising our parking rates.
Other councillors? Councillor DeVoe?
Well, and we had the recommendation to revisit transit, and we can pull something like that up again, and when if the whole thing is open up, because I mean, just because we're seeing an increase in or an uptick on as a percentage from our ridership, where is that? And what are those numbers in actuality? Like, what are the types of questions we can ask? And because of things, we've kind of got a shortened area now. Like, do we have to go with a full measure of, our current routes that we were going with pre-fire? Those types of things, like where can, I totally agree with trying to find other areas for revenue, but also exploring some savings in other areas.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And on the lines of transit, the new fleet, the people being built are largely funded by the feds. Covers 80% of the cost. This support reduces the financial risk to the community. If we were to put a halt in that service, I'd be concerned that we would have to pay for that depot. If we were to cancel that grant and move away from transit, what would the implications there be regarding the depot that is being built?
I think that would be directed to Mr. Gibbon, and that's an answer that is possible today, or we're, I believe in the motion action list, we're going to revisit the grant, which we has not yet come back to council, if I'm correct.
Maybe I'll take that one first, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think the motion action list item, and thankfully here in front of us, was to bring back capital items to council before sort of moving forward. So the transit bus RFP item is the council director of administration reissue an RFP in the spring of 2025, procurement of buses, and any other viable zero emission options. So that's the only item that's related to transit on our motion action list. The if the municipality didn't deliver a transit service in this year, we would need to have some discussions with partners, including Grand Yellowhead and Council Nord school divisions, who are partners and funding partners for the service. We would need to have a discussion with partners who have signed on to provide their employees with transit, like Jasper Park Lodge. And we need to have a discussion with Parks Canada, who signed a 3-year funding agreement to provide revenue to the municipality. So presumably, if we weren't delivering a service, those revenue sources would stop. That's what would be expense. We would also need to have a discussion with funders on capital items. And I would just make a distinction between capital and operations. So the it's not clear that if the suspension of operations for a period of time in a current year would impact the federal funders' contribution towards capital. I think that because they're just not the same thing. But there are a bunch of partners locally where we said we're going to provide a service and they said we're willing to pay for it. Those would stop. Presumably.
All right, as much as I didn't want to get into a debate here about like specific merits of individual line items in the budget, that wasn't my intention. Anytime I feel like anybody brings up transit, when it comes into question, people feel, or it seems from my perception, that let's shut it down, and that's not what I'm saying. And the same thing with paid parking. I may not be in favor of having a year-round thing, but I don't think right now is where, like I was looking to have a debate on it. I was just, when I threw it out there, it's just things to consider. If we're going to continue running a bus to a place that's empty and we've got very low ridership on that, what's the point of doing that? We've got money from the school, we're committed to doing the school stuff, I totally get that. So when it comes into question, it doesn't mean shut down the operation, shut down the bus park, shut down this, shut down that. Like, it's not in jeopardy. It's a matter of looking at where we can find some efficiencies in the community. We can find some revenues in the community where those possibilities are available. So we can look at making the burden on the community when it comes down to the actual net tax envelope a little easier on the bill itself. That's all I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeMona. From what I've heard in this conversation, I believe you were going to, the intent was in 2 weeks at a committee of the whole for council to have a discussion regarding some agreement on where we might be able to have administration look for potential savings, and that we would then, after the appropriate individuals are back, have administration, give the administration an opportunity to look at specific areas. I think that's what I heard. Your worship.
Deputy Mayor, no, I think that's what I heard as well, but it concerns me. I mean, we have spent a considerable amount of time today on the general question. And I'm at a loss as to why we don't take some action today, at least to get this started. It was not needed added this as an item for our agenda. But the item, as I wrote it down to be added, was to revisit a 2025 approved budget. And so it seems to me that today, council, or pardon me, committee could recommend to council that it choose to revisit the 2025 approved operating budget and potentially the approved capital budget. One of the things we heard earlier is that transfers to reserves are in question. Well, that would change the capital budget, presumably, if we're not going to make transfers to save on operational costs, then it's going to have an impact. So are we looking at opening up both the operating and capital budget? I am one, and I don't recall the date anymore, but when we finally voted on the 2025 budget, I spoke against an interim budget and in favor of a final budget, acknowledging that things change, we could come back and revisit it. Without discussing any of the content of what revisitation means, I would like to settle the question whether we're going to go back and revisit the operating and capital budgets as approved. And we could, I think, make that recommendation today, and acknowledging that some councillors might be away at the next meeting. Haven't heard anyone yet speak against revisiting anyway, so it would give us an opportunity. We don't have much time before we have to set the tax rate. Or to set a tax rate if the budget is unknown. So we're going to get on with this. Now is the time. We spent a considerable amount of time this morning talking about generalities of reopening the budget. So I would suggest maybe a motion to recommend that council revisit the 2025 approved operating capital budgets would be something that we could accomplish today.
And you have one here. It improves the step I wanted to take, so I appreciate the recommendation from the mayor, thank you. The committee recommend that council revisit the 2025 approved operational and capital budgets at the next regular meeting of council.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councillor Demoto. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Who has already spoken to it? Saying no additional comment? I will go ahead.
It may vote, and I know I'm definitely not going to be here. At the same time, whatever that review is, the recommendation could be to go forward to review at the next committee as well. So, and I think that was my intention, but yeah, I can't direct or influence anything that way, but that was the intention of the motion.
Thank you. With that closing, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried, which brings us to the end of the new business portion of the council agenda. And it brings us to item number 8, the motion action list. And I would refer to Mr. Gibbon for any comments or for any questions regarding the motion action list.
Not a lot of highlights, just a couple of updates on 2 items. One on the wildfire, I'll start from the top. One on the parcel CH access road and spruce development tender award. That motion there from September was about starting the local improvement bylaw process. We're recommending to defer that to April. As I mentioned before, Director Melanchek is away, and we're also having some ongoing discussions with the RCMP about the future use of the site adjacent to the Forest Park Inn. So there are a few things that are subject to how those discussions go. So administration is just recommending that we need some additional time before we get started on that. The other item was the wildfire recovery strategic priorities. I understand that this was discussed at the Recovery Advisory Committee yesterday. So we're just essentially waiting on feedback from the Recovery Advisory Committee, and administration will continue to hold space until such time as they're ready to bring forward. But appreciating that it was discussed recently, we are comfortable in just sort of bumping that forward a month, so we have some time for that to come back. Other than that, there are no other recommended changes from the administration.
Just a quick question. We had an item on today's agenda regarding the senior center in Jasper. And on the motion action list, we had the Jasper Senior Society. The society has supported us looking to develop a plan for their senior center, included in the Evergreen the rebuild of Pine Grove. So is that an item that would also be able to come on?
Good catch, Deputy Mayor Malik. I think there's new action on that item, but that past one from October has been answered and delivered, so it certainly could.
Great. Are there any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve the updated motion action list? Thank you, Councillor Keller-Anthony. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That now brings us to councillor upcoming meetings, and I'll look to councillors that wish to update their upcoming meetings. Councillor Keller-Anthony.
I had said earlier, I will be in Edmonton starting on Sunday to Wednesday. Let's see how the agenda goes for Tuesday. I will try to see if I can zoom in for the meeting, but if not, that means that I'm in meetings. It's a very action-packed agenda for the 4 days that I'm in Edmonton next week. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Although this isn't an appointed committee to me, I am going to be finishing up the Pathfinders program on Friday. I was part of the first cohort. And following that, final course, we'll be sitting around and going over some, just how it went. So it was a really great program. I recommend, anybody out there that is considers himself a community helper to take part in it.
Mentioned yesterday's meeting.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'll say that for you.
I would like to mention that yesterday we had the Jasper advisory committee meeting, which is attended by Councillor Hall, Councillor Waxer, and myself. And our next meeting will be coming up in the 8th of April, I believe. Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I know that, at least I believe that tomorrow there is a Jasper Partnership Initiative meeting. I continue to get emails about that, but I'm not the designated representative any longer, but just wanted to ensure that is covered by council and administration. Thank you.
Really, I don't see any other upcoming meetings to be reported about. Upcoming events. We have the Jasper Pride and Ski Festival starting on April 4th, running until the 13th. I see the streets have the Pride colors on the lamppost. The Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce general meeting will be at 6 o'clock on April 16th at Cascade Restaurant. The National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the 2 LGBTQI plus people, also known as Red Dress Day, will be May 5th. And another mention of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual conference and trade show, May 29th to June 1st. We should add, of course, that there'll be NETMA next month. And we can add the date for that as well onto the upcoming events. If there is no other business, I would like to thank everyone who has joined us in the gallery today, those individuals who joined us via Zoom. Thank you to administration for all of the questions that they answered in the variety of topics that we went through today, and for the longer to even know, and thank you to councillors. It is now, by my take, about 3:30 p.m. and I do need a councillor to provide a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hall, are you in favor? Thank you, and we are adjourned.